力量哥想拿火球进攻，他了好像有怎么一下子突然有点野心了感觉，这可能有他自己的想法，但是确实会有伏笔啊。这老老实实用火球解就行了。你看这里这容错性要慢慢打掉了，力量哥这波要拼命了。这里超起，他要做超起，
看一下有没有绑住火球。
哇，还有火球，来不及了呀，这里要出猪了。为什么力量哥要不用火球解啊？这老老实实用火球解就行了呀。
是啊。
这里恭喜 Light 打的也是非常不错，他这个卡组确实不好打的。这个家居好像感觉有点要命了呀，疯狂射击啊！我从来没看到一个黄毛能砍公主塔砍得如此潇洒啊！这里有建筑的可以反拉一下。哇，这小真又冲！
恭喜一下 Kicks 是获得到了本场比赛胜利。
哇，这套卡组真的2年没有出现了，要来了！哇，能直接捅掉！哇，发财！这一波王子能拼命在输出，好像能捅好多下塔，萝卜牛逼啊！直接塔给王子捅爆了，你敢信？
但这波防守怎么办？
这波直接斩杀了，反正时间也没有多少了，这里费用可以倾泻干净。可以啊，恭喜萝卜啊！这个
拿下这一局，
这波要来了，来了！哇，这个羊很难守，还会拱好几下。还有这里电法是强行憋出来的，就守不住，就是守不住呀！这里锁塔了，这里没有任何打断。这个卡组真的好难打。
恭喜一下 Rick Jones 拿下了这一局。
有一个黄毛房子在左边，就是左边这个骷髅球进不来。地面，哎，这渔夫，那你别说，这渔夫带的还真的挺好。
他一直在这里绕来绕去，
渔夫就勾着你的伤害，
在这里就裸蹦加毒药。
看一下这一波，如果说能不能小骷髅给点力，看一下，1秒，恭喜到糯米糍啊！对，而且这个小蝙蝠，其实我们可以看到，在防守端的效果还是挺好的。
对，就用来防守就好了。
对，有点可惜啊。
这边自毒了，那这里
抢了一波节奏啊，堵起来，又立一个。
那这里非常危险啊！
哎，
再交，但是对面
看一下有没有机会，小骷髅给点力，就差40血，非常可惜啊。大骷髅卡住，看一下情况。对，没有进来，有没有东西防这个墓园？要不要冰一下？冰起来！小骷髅2根滚木，600多血。
其实这里能再压一波吗？
现在交不出大闪，还好没有撞到。
及时，
装蹦迪
加冰冻吗？
对，一闪来得及吗？恭喜 Nova。后面这个地狱龙没东西处理啊，那实在没有费了，那这一波肯定是破塔了。
对。那效果肯定是弱非常多，
是有可能直接去冲3星去了。
气球来了，
气球截矿，
但是气球也被拉过去。
3下，剑雨一扫，
有了。
恭喜这个 CRS 啊！但这一波的话，速递看一下有没有机会。
还是完美解。
车偶一滚，看一下这个桶又来了，速递没有，这个火球一砸。蹭到一下，看这个桶，速递好像交不出来，有一下，那我们要先恭喜到 CRS 完成了1传3，有可能骗毒药骑士要蹦起来，捅了2下，第2个桶能不能捅到血？还是不行啊，
还有时间，
但是雪球加这个滚木加毒药是基本上是够了，甚至是2波桶。差一丝丝啊！
是一个狗球呢，还是
也是一手飞行器？3枪，哇，掏出来了呀 ！Blizzard 的，
好像是他是唯一一个打3枪的，对吧
？Blizzard 的有没有机会突破掉？对，
狂背，这一定突破了。
但是这牢笼看一下，
这其实
有没有？哎呦，还是全出右路，那牢笼过出来了，往后拉。
则是守的真的好了，因为他其实这个牌去守这个3枪其实是很吃力的。
恭喜的 Band 是实现了，也是第2次的1传3啊，
一些伤害吧。
对，在挡，而且被奶起来了，2边家具，右边交了很多牌，左边炸弹塔也没有拉到异路，说不定又被预判到了，家居1炮还行，还有1炮吗？在抢节奏啊，渔夫一拉，而这边家居怎么办？没拉到，连续的这个火球跟这个炸弹塔，特也是不负众望，2比0，就是干净利落的带走了这个 line。 这个又没有矿工作为第2前排，所以这个球想要直接去突破是比较困难。
但是这里会吃火球吗？
看一下，
这也是溜过去了，
拉没拉到？这边火球看一下，火球得交啊，火球
2下2下，
这个火球是没有砸到这个气球啊。 看一下1根滚，第2根滚呢没有滚，现在600多血。
其实这里能再压一波吗？想想这波阳可能会跟大闪。
现在叫不出大闪，还好没有撞到。
及时。对，
应该是一毒有一闪。看一下这波蹦迪的情况，是双蹦迪
加冰冻吗？
对，一闪来得及吗？恭喜 nova，
赢得非常的极限了。
哇，这个炮车被对面抢到了节奏，这个炮车被对面点掉了。
对，
炮车形成了一波互换吗？没换掉。
这边如果是被逼交毒药去这样毒的话，那这里
抢了一波节奏啊！这边毒起来，而且迫击炮打到了一套，又立一个。
那这里非常危险啊！
是糯米糍
抢回去吗？
蹦得起来吗？蹦！
这里无论如何
能不能毒？哎。
再交，但是对面
看一下有没有机会，小骷髅给点力，差一点点啊，
可惜啊，
就差40血，非常非常可惜啊。
能不能渔夫把这个女枪拉过来？很关键。 可以，哇 ，Light 这个法术这个下的真好，而且还是预判了小陈这个预判，打得太优秀了，我感觉。
看一下这个桶又来了，速递没有，这个火球一砸。 500多血，但是这个吹剑跟护甲还在给压力啊，
压得好凶啊！
是的，速递一砸，这个小骷髅能摸到1下2下
，400血，然后
没速递了，这波怎么办？
这里枪点
300血
，300血，这里是 Shadow 的一波反扑，看一下这波效果如何。
火球一砸，这波没有交给进攻端，看一下这边要保，对，保这个迫击炮，
蹭到了一下。
蹭到一下，看这个桶，速递好像交不出来，有一下，那我们要先恭喜到 CRS 完成了1传3，也是帮助队伍2比0拿下了 Team Timing。
Welcome to Clan Wars 2! Your journey begins here. And what the?
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me no more. What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt
as I was saying... Oh, wait! Hello? Everyone seems to have left. The king should never row himself. I'll just wait here, so send someone to get me.
这里要是要滚木斩杀吗？还直接雪球预判吗？
恭喜一下 Nova。
마법들도 있고요. 파이어볼 만들어갑니다. 네, 마무리됐습니다.
Still, the baby dragons are alive, and that's the ground roller.
他这个套式就进来。
好，拿到了3星。
恭喜 TDG 啊！
スリープを回して KK 選手勝ち切りました。Be careful, but still, Cannon.
再加一个滚墨，
斩杀了。
恭喜一下 WGM。
2, and that's it. 3-0 Grand Finals. Bob is your Clash Royale League East champion. Nova Esports.
타이밍간의 경기는 오히려 탈론이었다.
TTG. となりました。Hit game W. 유소와 바브 게이밍.
그라르아 리그 있어. 동호왕 사이즈 조리사이 발 시즌 頑張ります. All season. 리스트 건포리스트. 파이팅!
And welcome everyone to CRL East Fall Season. It has been a long season so far. G-Clef with me as always. How's it going, buddy?
And you're Simon.
I am, yeah. As it'll come up
As
eventually.
always, it is me, G-Clef, with Simon. Week 7 already. It's been a pretty long season and lots of changes, especially the ones at the bottom are slowly rising up, like Fav and WGM.
Yeah, definitely.
But Ponos is always going to stay on top, though. It's not changing anytime soon.
I mean, Ponos have a game in hand over the second place, yet they're still just walking away with it. What
are they
possibly
now?
can
Like
stop them?
5,001? 7-1. So that's about the same. And even if they lose the rest, they'll be still in like top 3, top 4. But I imagine they will just have the first place finish, or maybe second place finish.
No, I think they're going to just continue to absolutely wipe the floor with the rest of the league.
They don't lose 2v2 though. If they don't lose 2v2, the chances of winning just becomes about 75%, of course. But it's actually higher than that, carrying the momentum for the team.
And I mean, Ponos also have the joint highest number of clean sweeps in the King of the Hill. Joint with Nova. Both teams have 3 destructive sweeps, dude. You got Mugi just wiping the floor with everyone. And then if Mugi doesn't perform one day or decides to take a day off, they put in KK. What is going to stop that team?
And the rest of the squad also doing a lot of work. So I think Ponos stays up there for a very long, unless there's a better duo. Name a better duo.
There isn't any. I mean, I just looked down.
Maybe
the only team.
Lion and One Crown is pretty good.
It's true, yeah. It's true. All right, check out the rankings here. Fireball, 64.3%.
Too many Fireball baits. Fireball needs a nerf.
Or the baits need a nerf, so they're not so good. I mean, either way, Fireball is super useful. Then you've got Bar Barrel. Log. Doesn't surprise me. What does surprise me is Graveyard is up there. 60% win rate, 17.9% as a win condition spell is insane.
Just shows you how much Graveyard we had for the last week, and actually last 7 weeks, but a little more in the previous 2 weeks. Especially after the balance patch, we thought the meta would shift a little bit towards the ground, like having Bomber and Fire Spirits. But not actually. We are staying with Graveyard, lots of RG, a few Hog Riders, some Ram Riders.
What's interesting is that Dark Prince has started to rise up ever so slightly in the pick rates. Why is that?
Because of double bait and also the motor decks, Dark Prince is good against all the skeletons. Sometimes if you don't have a spell, Dark Prince will sort of do the job. It's not perfect, but it's also okay. Pretty good against the spear goblins and all goblin gangs, and we've seen a lot of motor baits last week. So I think that's the reason why.
Yeah, and we can see the standings. As you can see, 7-1 Ponos. Then Kicks, who seem to go up and down, 6-3. Talon, 5-4. Nova, the only team to currently reach 10, at 5-5, sitting smack bang in the middle. Then Timing, 5 and WGM have had a little bit of a resurgence. And TTG.
Whoa, someone else is at the bottom now.
Yeah, TTG is the only team to have beaten Ponos this season. And they're sitting bottom of the table. And there's today's matchups. Ponos Timing is first, then 5 WGM. And then to wrap up the night, Talon versus Nova. J-Clive, how many sweeps are you expecting to see today?
2. 1 from match 2 and 1 from match 3. Not from the first game.
Really?
Yes, because Ponos, I think Team Timing actually has a pretty good chance of, if there's any team right now that can have some chance of bringing down Ponos, I think 1 is Nova, and 2 is actually Team Timing.
Would that be because Team Timing play unconventionally compared to the other teams?
They do take bigger risk, but when you're fighting a better opponent, to say overall, I think taking those risks is actually really important, especially bringing lots of different decks. But Sado's deck has been found that oftentimes, but still his win rate is not so bad.
Yeah, can Team Timing put the brakes on Ponos' 6-win streak? Last time they met, Ponos 2-0'd them. Clean sets last time round. Will it be the same this week? J-Clive, you going to say that Timing wins this one? Are you going to put the money on the line?
Of course, I will put the money on Team Timing, but not much.
Yeah, last time round, I think it was KK who finished it off, beating Nuri, but it was a very, very close King of the Hill. It was very back and forth. It was not a sweep.
And what I found surprising from Ponos was that them bringing Raiki Jones out, who actually had a 2-1. So for the rest of the squad, they just had to do cleanup duty against WGM. So I would like to see that a couple more times, which we sort of expected. Raiki does that at least once or twice a season.
Yeah, he is one of those players that just kind of pops in and out of the team. When he pops in, he gets like 6 wins, and then he'll just disappear for the rest of the season. Like, it is interesting that he has always been able to hang with the best of them, but not on a super consistent basis.
So whenever he's feeling great, I think coach just says, okay, you go have fun and bring some wins for the team, and he always does. At least a 1-1 or better. So that's been another plus for Team Ponos.
Yeah, look at that. 71% win rate in 2v2, 71% win rate in King of the Hill, and then 100% if they ever get taken all the way. And the only teams that have taken them there has been Talon and Kicks.
Said 6-1, it's actually 7-1. Slight mistake in the graphics there. But you know who the key player is, but really, I think we need to put more key players up here, because Mugi, KK, they certainly both are key players, and also Team Timing. Can't forget about Sado. Sado had a lot of decent days.
What about Greed?
How about we put the other two like in the big like size 100 font, and then Greed with font size 8 at the bottom.
Right.
So sort of like, well, $9.99 per month, but on the bottom it's in small letters. It's all those conditions following that behind.
As you can see, Rad and Raiki 12-5 so far, 70.6% win rate. At that many games is insane. 10-5, 66.7. Different numbers there, but whatever. And then Greed and Sado, 8-7, 53%. They are incredibly consistent in the way they approach 2v2.
Ooh, and we have Tengat and Yakitori not Rad and Raiki Jones.
It's been a while since we've seen Tengod, right?
Interesting. I think it's been forever.
Yeah, this is his first game this season. Tengod has not played this season.
One deck I remember from last season from Tengod was the Giant Push deck, when no one was actively using Giant. And it is his first game ever this season. We were just saying, where's Tengod last week, right?
Yeah.
He's been missing for a while, now coming back strong with 2v2. With Yakitori? I think we have to wait and see. Let's compare the level. Let's compare them to Rad and Raiki Jones. If they're better or at the same level or somewhat different style.
I think personally, I think Raiki, Balloon Ban and NATO. Personally, I think they're normal 2v2. Like Rad and Raiki together are really good. Tengod Yakitori. Yakitori has appeared in 2v2 with KK. And they lost 0-2 to TTG. So hopefully this new pairing gives them even more of an ability to shake up the whole roster, because a lot of teams have been predictable now. You know kind of who's coming out. You know, for team timing, for example, Sado and Greaves are always going to be that 2v2 pairing. If they get another 2v2 pairing, it'd be insane for Ponos.
Technically they can. They have 6-man roster. So they can have up to 3 duos, but here we go. First time with Tengod Yakitori together as a duo from Ponos at the bottom in blue. Now Greed Sado in red and double bait, double barrel.
Yeah, throwing them out at each tower.
Arrows.
Did get a couple of hits, but nothing too major after an initial aggressive opening by Team Timing.
Team Timing. Concerned about potential graveyard, and it seems like with the recruits that's still possible because Balloon is banned.
Yeah, the bans this season have been, I don't want to say irrelevant, but it always feels like, oh, you banned Balloon, like we'll just continue to play Lava Hound. So we'll see what happens. It is going to be Graveyard from Ponos. It's not getting that much damage in, but that Baby Dragon is very healthy. And the remaining skeletons getting work done. 17-25 on that top right-hand
I think after the defensive log, Team Timing must have thought, okay, it's not going to be that much damage, but still the Baby Dragon was okay, and the Valkyrie did come down later, which allowed a couple more 100 damage for Ponos. A pretty good start against the bait before the double elixir time.
Yeah, interesting that they're bringing the Rascals. We don't see them much this season.
It's sort of another bait-ish. It's a little bit heavier compared to when you just have Knight. And the Dark Goblin early freeze comes down. Impressive log. Another log right after.
Got to make sure to clear the lane there, and they still take a little bit of damage, but I feel like Ponos were hoping to get more out of that freeze. 4 elixir spent on that, and it only got 200 damage.
But still forced double the log, so I don't think it's that bad. It's just the same amount of elixir trade. And for Team Timing, their log defensively it's okay, but they also want to do the tower damage if possible. Ooh, these skeletons.
They're so awkward to deal with. You don't want to burn the log on them instantly because you want it for the barrels, but then this, like, you only have that and a poison. You're not going to use the poison to clean the skeletons or these barrels up. Arrows, good. Log, good, but that happens. When one's used, another comes down. If the log came down there, you'd expect to see the skeleton barrel come down, and Dark Prince doesn't get any hits on that top right tower.
Yeah, but still the skeletons did some damage, but they're also concerned about the baits left bottom. Keep Timing, trying to get some damage, but this time Cage is going to block all the skeletons. Same for the Graveyard. Valkyrie taking a lot of them down, but still the freeze comes down and more skeletons now attaching to the tower. Less than 300, 140 left.
Yeah, that Baby Dragon got a couple of splashes, and the poison will finish that down. Nicely done by Ponos for game 1. Very nice play against a very tough opponent in Sado and Greed.
With those double baits, still I did like the placements of a lot of those barrels. Just reading that Ponos is not going to spend another log for not the split onto the goblet barrel, but forcing some left and right up down. Just reading a better timing against Ponos. A couple more stab, but of course against Graveyard Freeze, it's tough to defend. And I think they might have used too many logs on defense and could have kept the Dark Goblin from the back of the King Tower, which we didn't really see too much.
Yeah, the Dark Goblin always seems to get caught out in no man's land. Like right there, it's in the middle of a poison, and the logs come down. But imagine how much easier that would have been if the Dark Goblin was placed at the back.
Dark Goblin at the back, Valkyrie right in the middle. Can actually deal with a lot, and when the freeze comes down, just maybe a log. I think Team Timing went way too safe, knowing that Graveyard Freeze is a dangerous weapon.
Yeah, and here freezing that Valkyrie in place so the Baby Dragon gets the splash on once it's finished. Nicely done. Pretty easy cleanup from there. So, flawless game, I would say, by Ponos.
Yep, and did keep the bait damage limited. They did have cage. First couple of cycle, it was a lot more than they thought. Some goblin stabs plus the skeletons. I mean, Ponos, they did have Dark Prince, I believe.
Yes, they did.
And Dark Prince did help a lot again, taking care of that skeleton. When the cycle was okay for Ponos, now they had the Brawler, the cage come down against the skeleton barrel, and things were coming into pieces as a puzzle together for Ponos. But on the other hand, Team Timing, it started to fall apart with that freeze.
Yeah, once the freeze come down, they couldn't really focus on what they were doing. They kind of panic defended. I don't know if that's the case, but it seemed like it. They threw out 2 logs. They were throwing out everything they could to try and stop the damage coming in. So they expended too much on the defense and couldn't really push forward.
Yeah, in terms of those log value, in terms of elixir value, I think they could have found some better timing, but you don't exactly know when the freeze is coming down.
Yeah.
So better safe than never, but it's always hard. So that's the reason why you also bring your own freeze, so you can just cancel with a defensive freeze.
Why do you think Ponos bought the arrows in this matchup? Were they expecting something like a Lava Hound, or
maybe a Lava, even some Bats and Minion with the Miner? And Team Timing has been throwing out a lot of Miner combination, not just with the Lava Hound, but oftentimes with some heavier push. Even Giant Miner has been a thing for 2v2 for a long time, and Team Timing was practicing a lot of Giant decks. Not just the double Prince, but some 1 Prince combination with Miner. So I think that's one that Ponos was thinking.
Okay, well, we're soon to get into game 2 here. Will Sado and Greed be able to take a game from Ponos, or will Tengod and Yakatori close it out in 2 games? We'll find out, as we're shortly going to get there. And it looks like the shock on their faces may have indicated the start of the game. They both seem shocked at exactly the same time right there. Like, oh my god. What is going on? Well, we'll find out as this 2v2 is about to begin. It is Tengod and Yakatori out for Ponos this time round. First outing for this pairing against the seasoned Greed and Sado of Team Timing. Opening up with a zap.
Maybe Team Timing thinking about their ramp, possibly to get some connection with that zap. But even from the west, there has been lots of different tries, and the variety of decks that you can actually have as a combination for 2v2 is it's got potentials. You can literally do anything.
And every spell has its place. Like bringing Zap over Snowball. Why would you bring Zap over Snowball? For me, I think Snowball would be better if you were bringing a Ram Rider so you can push things out the way to clear the path open. Why would you choose Zap
maybe they don't have anything like the E-Ways, just to have a reset, especially against something like Inferno. And it is with the combination of lava, so I think they also brought Miner for team timing.
Yeah, and with Zap already out of hand for team timing, it's going to be hard to deal with that Inferno Dragon, but a Fireball will be a great start as the Flying Machine connects onto
out of
the
range.
opposite Flying Machine.
And the Inferno was locked onto the lava, went out of range. Ponos. The Inferno will actually do a lot of job. Still take some more damage, not a massive one.
Yeah, another Inferno loaded up. No Zap on this one, but the Lumberjack creeping through underneath is distracted by those skeletons. There's still a decent chunk of Elixir on the board for Ponos here in this push.
But nothing connecting to the towers. Seems like they're both okay. Loading up Lava Bat once again. Trying to see what they can pull out.
Yeah, it looks like Ponos have bought the Snowball over something like the Zap. We'll see how it plays out over time. Fisherman, not what you want to see when everything so far is up in the air. But he might be able to sneak a couple of hits in or just distract the Flying Machines as it did there. So we'll see how that comes into effect in the next 20 seconds of regular time.
Team timing having a pretty good poison, but the Heal Spirit, I think a few of them back up. Depends on how well both teams are going to be using those poisons. As team timing, they also have Fireball plus the Flying Machine. Same for Ponos.
Go there to just push the Inferno Dragon into the Baby Dragon, making sure that that goes down. But it doesn't. It's still up, but it's not going to get much done. How are you going to deal with a Flying Machine? Almost dead Mega Minion. The Lava Hound pushing into your tower. The Skeleton Dragons are there to try and do it. The Fisherman pulling the Miner into the Lumberjack. That's going to get cleaned up real nice right there.
Actually a pretty decent push from team timing. Lava doing about 300-400 at the bottom. In this type of matchup, the Flying Machine connection would be lovely, but that's going to be really hard. It's going to be mostly done by the Lava. And team timing, they also have Miner to do some more scratch to finish the game off. So Ponos, they need to come back big right now.
They really do, because team timing are getting the advantage in every Lava Hound push so far. Good Fireball down onto those Skeleton Dragons. The Flying Machine might go down to the pups here. Almost does. One hit extra there, and there is that Fisherman from Ponos.
Ponos again locking, because team timing has been getting better of a reset.
That Snowball whiffed into nothing there from Ponos. An unusual mistake from them. Will they be able to get things done in this push? They have 30 seconds to get damage done. The Lava Hound is connected, but remember, Lava Hound does not get that much damage done to the tower on its own. 1783, another Lava Hound loaded. That's just going to make it impossible for Ponos' air units to get through. Timing, send that Miner down. There are the barbs from Ponos, but I think that is going to be it. There's just too many bodies protecting the tower of team timing, and they are going to take game 2.
Most of the damage actually done by Lava only. Nothing else directly connected. Couldn't really see those shots other than few minor hits and mostly Lava and Spell. Pretty good poison. Fireball didn't really hit the tower because Flying Machine or the Skeleton Dragons, they were always away. Yeah, but Ponos, they just had less strength in their own attack. About the same combination, but I think it was mostly due to the spell use.
I think also bringing Fisherman into that, I know it protects you from a couple of dodgy matchups, but when you're in this matchup, when it is Lava versus Lava, it's kind of a little bit of a weak point in your cycle, in your deck, because it's not going to get that much done. Sure, it could pull in the Goblin from the Goblin Cage, it could pull in the Dark Prince, but it doesn't have that many targets.
And when you have this many air units, it's harder to connect Heal Spirit because they don't have to go through the bridge. It's not as clumped up.
mean, even there, you get a slight connection, but the poison just finished everything off. Lumberjack sneaks in underneath everything. The miner playing a key part. The Barb's not able to finish it up. And I mean, Ponos' attacks looked toothless. I think it was just, there was just not enough venom in their offensive capabilities.
And did like the bat and double Mega Minion from Team Timing. They just soaked a lot more from the pups and made it easier to have quicker cycle. And when Ponos, they were relying on some more, not too much heavier, just for two, instead of 2-3 elixir, they had more Baby Dragon and Skeleton Dragon, which is just 1-2 more elixir, but still, if you're cycling for similar win condition, it can get you over the time.
And when you get ahead in the damage count, just putting down big bodies to just block up the lane, it's good. But without being ahead, they just couldn't push through. Like, Team Timing just had so many bodies that just distracted things like the Inferno, like the Baby Dragon, like the Flying Machine. They couldn't break through because of the high health units of Team Timing.
And Team Timing has only brought, okay, Dark Prince and what were some
Cage,
other ground units?
Skeletons.
Cage and just one elixir skeletons.
Yeah.
And the miner. So just I would say just the right use. And Barbarians, until the final miner came, Barbarians were being held just in case you go against some type of ground heavy, especially graveyard win condition from your opponent. And Ponos also had Lumberjack.
Yep. I mean, we see
a few more.
We do see the Barbarian Lava Hound combination a lot because that is your biggest weakness. If you're against something like an RG deck or a graveyard, your biggest weakness is that you don't have much on the floor to distract. That's why they bring Barbarians. This time it didn't really come into effect because it was Sky Wars basically. So we'll see what comes in game 3 here. Are you expecting another Lava Hound matchup, or perhaps another Graveyard Freeze from Ponos, going back to what won them game 1?
I was expecting at least one team to play Lava with Balloon Band, but not a Lava matchup from both teams. And even with the Zap and Fuse Snowball, I was expecting some more Ramp Rider or more baits coming out from both, as Tornado was banned from Team Timing.
It does look as though there has been a timeout called.
From which side? It is Ponos has called for a timeout before going into game 3 of 2v2.
Yeah, calling for a timeout after you lose game 2, it shows that they understand how important 2v2 as a set is, especially when it's coming up first. Getting Tengod and Yakitori being like, okay, you lost the mirror matchup. Essentially a mirror matchup. It's Lava Hound versus Lava Hound. You lost it. Don't worry. Calm down. You've got game 3. Don't worry. This is the deck you're going to be bringing.
And which deck? Just going back to Graveyard? What worked before? I'm pretty sure Team Timing is also... That's number 1 that you have to think of when you bring 2v2. Graveyard. Balloon is banned this case, so not as much.
RG?
Yes.
I think we'll see RG in this. We'll find out, as it is going to be Tengod and Yakitori in blue for Ponos, and Sado and Greed for Team Timing in red at the top.
So Giant Skeleton Hog Rider won't be too bad either.
See what they bring. Heal Spirit is there. There is that RG Giant Skeleton combination that we see all so often in this. RG is not going to break through to the tower just yet, and not at all completely shut down. That Heal Spirit is big. That is a lot of hate Pui coming over the bridge. Unfortunately, the Giant Skeleton Bomb is there to clean it all.
Still a pretty good log there from Team Timing to get everything pushed back into that death damage. So no real big damage. I would say only about 160 scratched for Ponos.
Yeah, the opening exchanges, nothing much getting done. Giant Skeleton clogging up the lane as it does all too often. So We'll see how they're going to find a way. Have they bought Fishermen to pull those giant skeletons sideways and get them away from the bridge or not? And it is going to be RG versus RG. Kind of big heal spirit there onto the giant skeleton. Not going to get much done. That's going to clean everything else up. These two musketeers go down. Oh no, wait. Not yet. All right, now they go down.
Still gets one of those big bullets in Princess Tower, so Ponos, they do have the lead. As I did like the offensive log from Ponos. He tried to push the brawler so that the RG might have connection. Was not that close this time.
Right, so everything stuffed up. There is a pretty good fireball getting those skeleton dragons off the board and damaging.
Oh, the heal spirit.
Damaging that goblin brawler, but gets healed up, punches another heal spirit straight out of existence there. Does get a meaty green fist onto that tower. 18-18 on Team Timing's tower.
Yeah, pretty good push by Ponos just now, making sure they continue to have the lead. Now Cage and the bomb tower together from Team Timing. That's a combination, but RG still gets a hit.
There is the giant skeleton right in the middle. A giant skeleton to meet it. They push each other around a little bit. Good fireball log there to take the musketeer off the board. Big heal spirit. One shot. Is it going to be two? It is. 2 shots into the tower, and just like that, Team Timing take the lead. But Ponos retort with their own RG. Is it going to be able to get to the tower? Log to push it away. The brawler is good, but it does still take 1 shot. 11-26. And advantage goes back to Ponos.
Still gets one more. The musketeer, who actually takes care of the other musketeer from Ponos. This is another push. Giant skeleton gets pushed all the way back. No building yet for the RG gets one. Just one shot, but still the poison did a lot more damage to the tower.
Another giant skeleton clogging up this lane. Will they be able to get this RG off the board in time? There is the Cage, pushes it back ever so slightly, buying time for that giant skeleton to get it done, but one shot does find its way into the tower. 1-1-1-1 on Ponos' right-hand tower.
Yeah, but Team Timing, they're ready for the defense. Ice Wizard slowing things down, and there's the Cage. Maybe they have to use the bomb tower too against it, but still the RG connects. The second shot goes through, only 60 HP remains. And with that poison, Ponos, good use of their timeout. They are going to bring 2v2 again and again and again. And this time even better because it's Tengad and Reiki. Not Reiki, Yakitori.
You can see that Yakitori is not used to the traditional Ponos celebration, because he was like, wait, wait, how do we start this? What do we do? What do we do? Okay.
If it's Rat and Reiki, it's solid. 100% ready for that ceremony, but because Yakitori is just not used to it yet.
All right, so I really enjoyed that 2v2. That last game, I feel like Team Timing just abandoned using the bomb tower to defend. They only played it one time. The Cage was better, but would that bomb tower have removed some of the damage that eventually found its way through from Ponos?
Don't really know. This bomb tower, I think they were also... They had planned it to use against Graveyard. Bomb tower is away, but oftentimes poison was doing the damage. And also the death damage doesn't connect into RG, which allows for a shot, maybe more than a shot. But instead the Cage blocks the path and pushes him out, and the brawler gets a punch immediately. The Cage is certainly a better use against all the RG decks.
That big heal there did allow Team Timing to get, I think it was 2 hits in. But yeah, Ponos found more from each of their RGs over time. Everything got a connection. Even there, 1 extra hit into the tower. And when you're coming down to that overtime, when you're coming down to possibly a sudden death, you've got to start taking things out. A rare mistake from Team Timing there as the fireball missed the second skeleton dragon, and that eventually cost them the game. Not purely because of that. Over time, they just took way too much damage.
And Ice Wizard, when there's no tornado allowed, which we don't see as much, oftentimes it's E-Wizard instead of the Ice Wizard.
Yeah.
But Team Timing, And I think they were really concerned about the graveyard. The Ice Wizard still does the job against skeletons. Like Bomb Tower, not bad, soaking some skeleton damage, and also the death damage can get all those skeletons too. But because of the damage taken from set 1, I think it leads to that type of combination for team timing this time. And Ponos just a better use of that poison, as we saw from the highlights, the circles on top of highlight circles. Making sure, doing the damage to Bomb Tower, the Princess Tower, plus Ice Wizard, and more, many more than that. Just a better use of the combination, as Ponos, once they found their groove to attack with the Giant Skeleton, and with the musket, with the better use of their Musketeer, and certainly better use of their Heal Spirit in this third game, certainly deserve the win.
100%, but we're going to get into the King of the Hill. Will we see Reiki come back? Will we see Yakitori get some games down? Tengod from Ponos? I mean, there's just
either it's KK start. It has been Mugi start for the first 4 weeks, and then KK says, okay, I better play some games this season. And then KK starts the King of the Hill. And then I think we go back to Mugi.
I think for Ponos, I think now that they're essentially qualified into the playoffs, they have one eye thinking, okay, we need to get more players doing 1v1 because we are going to have 3 1v1s minimum. So let's start getting people ready for that. So we might see Tengod play 1v1 again as a possibility.
So if I remember correctly, it's 2v2, 3 sets of 1v1, and then King of the Hill?
Yes.
It's the format for playoff.
It is. So I think they need to get one more player in form in this 1v1 format. As you can see, the King of the Hill record, 75% still sits on Mugi's record, 9-3. KK, but just behind him in terms of the team, 6-3. And on the opposite side, Sado, 11-6, 64%. And Nuri, 6-4 and 60%. And it is going to be Reiki coming out first against Sado. So
I see what you're doing, Ponos. Keeping Reiki away from 2v2 so he can focus on 1v1. Come out for King of the Hill.
Well, he did pretty well last time he came out against WEDGM. He did beat Radish, he did beat Higher, and almost finished that sweep of WEDGM, but did fall short to Solomon. And it is going to be Sado for team timing, starting out with probably what most people would consider their strongest of players. Last time out, he did lose to CRS, but the day before that, he did then go and all-kill Talon. So we'll see which Sado turns up today. Is it going to be the sweeper? Is it going to be the guy who loses in one game?
And is it going to be the Motor Sado or the Motor Cannon Card Sado with the Graveyard? Or the Recruit Balloon Sado? Or the Ram Rider Sado?
There's not much more than that, is there? Hog Rider played more than... He has played... Oh wait, that's Nuri's sheet. Hold on. He did play the RG once so far this season.
Yeah, Sado does not like to play RG as much compared to all the other players.
No, he just plays a ton of Graveyard. An absolute ton of Graveyard. Reiki coming out. Last time round, he did play a Balloon P.E.K.K.A deck against Solomon. That was his loss, but he beat Higher with a Ram Rider and beat Radish with the Goblin Giant Sparky deck. So we'll see what Reiki has in store for us here.
And with the Knight.
Say it. You think it's Graveyard from Reiki?
With Cage. You never know.
From Sado, we say he doesn't seem to like RGs. And then it looks like he's going to be playing RG here. Fisherman gets a couple of slaps in on that tower, 2042. And Sado has not taken any damage whatsoever.
Couple of tasty, juicy hits at the bottom. Not bad, but Reiki can still come out pretty heavily with the Graveyard. With the Cage is something that we don't see as often.
So the last time that Sado played this RG deck, he did get the win against Geralt of Team Talon. So we'll see if he can get the win here. Just getting cleaned up. Skeleton Dragon still kind of healthy, but the Musketeer is enough to close that down. 1935. Did take a little bit of damage though, Reiki Jones.
See this combination from Reiki Jones' combination from Yakitori once. And if he had delivery, I think he would have used it already against that big bridge push with the RG.
We enter the double elixir period. RG played up at the bridge, is going to one-shot, pretty much two-shot with the cannon card, the Goblin Cage. And then he's going to get a couple of hits in here. Big Heal Spirit connection as well for Sado. A lot of damage coming down, and here is the graveyard from Reiki. Fireball cleans up all the tanks that were there to try and get that graveyard to get those big connections in. And just a few scratches indeed. 1931 on that tower.
Some damage, but really nice timing on that bar barrel. Plus that fireball taking care of most of the things. Reiki struggling to find an opening, but as the time goes, can have a big chance now up to the right with the healthy Knight and the Musketeer.
Oh, I don't know if you saw that on the left-hand side for Reiki. The Goblin Brawler got to the tower. It died just as the Heal Spirit was about to connect and give it a big heal. So it only got the one shot. If that heal connected, it would have been 2 or 3, and that tower would have been much, much lower.
Sado actually keeps in a defensive mode with the Hunter. I thought he had some chance of loading that RG. Now back again to the left. Skeleton Dragons. Now finally the final spell, the poison's gonna come down from Reiki.
Yeah, Reiki ignoring the Hunter on the right-hand side. It's gonna get 2 big shots in 1342. And Reiki's just bleeding damage left and right. I think it was the right idea to let the Hunter go through, but he's in a dangerous position.
And he can't load up anything else yet. He knows that the RG is coming, so the cage onto the left. He's got the Dragons to load up.
Fireball cleans that up. The Barb has a long wall back. It was trying to predictively catch the Heal Spirit, but the Heal Spirit was played in a tricky position from Sado. So Reiki Jones ended up taking a bit more damage than he was probably anticipating there.
Yeah, not enough elixir to load another graveyard on the left with those skeletons, and Sado making the switch to the right because Sado's left tower did take more damage. So good shift during the game, only 45 seconds left.
The Spirit connections, will this RG get one? It does not. 2 brawlers there, just chewing through everything.
Right, he's trying to get some more, but nothing. Soaking Princess Tower's damage. Only maybe one scratch from the skeleton, and basically the poison damage only going in.
We are down to the last 20 seconds. Every point of damage matters at this time. RG gets 1 big shot in, and Sado choosing to fireball the units in the middle to try and clear the bridge here. Will this Skeleton Dragon connect? Heal Spirit is there. It does not. 759, and that looks like that is that. Sado takes game 1 against Reiki. RG versus Graveyard seems to be the theme of this season. And this time round, RG does win.
And a cage combination, of course, from Reiki. For a second, from a cage and the Knight, I thought it was the Ice Wizard. But after seeing the Musketeer, you just want to go straight in with the damage. Sado kept it well controlled. Against the graveyard, had pretty good bar barrel use. I was pretty amazed at the offensive timing and a defensive bar barrel, cleaning up most of the skeletons, sometimes grabbing the Musketeer or doing some damage to the Knight. Sado was using that bar barrel and Heal Spirit to the maximum almost every time.
Yeah, Sado's Heal Spirits were kind of tricky too, because they were never played right behind the RG. Sometimes they were played across, like a little bit across the bridge, so if a bar barrel does come in against the RG, it's not going to catch into that Heal Spirit.
Look at that use of bar barrel. It blocked the the first 2 shots of the Brawler going into that RG, allowing 1 more shot from RG.
Yeah, that Fireball getting huge value for Sado. And just look how easily he defended that graveyard right there. Just completely cleaned up everything that would just clog up that Princess Tower. And he does it again. He just completely cleans house. Took a little bit too much damage there.
You get that Bar Barrel getting skeletons plus getting in the way just before the Musketeer locks onto the tower. And when we talk Musketeer, 1-2 shots of those big shots can actually be the game changer. So I think that was a very clean game from Sado. He's playing it. He's playing a lot of crisp moments. So I think it's possible.
That Sado doesn't play Cannon Cart Mortar Graveyard.
I think it's possible for him to actually bring Mugi or KK or both down today. That's what I'm going to put out there.
Ooh. Because he will have to go through KK and or Mugi.
Very likely both.
Yeah, very likely both, because that is Ponos' style this season. So you're saying he might just wipe the floor with Ponos?
Just today.
You think we're going all the way to the 1v1?
Just today. Just September 26th. If it's not today, it cannot happen. But just because it's today and it's Sado, it might just be possible.
Are you saying there's something special about this date in Sado?
I'm just putting something down, you know. It's very likely that Ponos is going to win, but you get that special feeling just after watching one game and says, okay, that game was actually really good.
Well, the last time these two teams met, Sado did lose to Reiki Jones. But you know what he did do? He did the impossible. He beat Mugi.
But this time it's KK.
So a little bit different this time round. Will Sado be able to take out KK, put his team on the edge of taking us to a set 3, or will KK begin the rallying cry of Ponos?
Sado get his thumbs up at the end. I'm expecting another very close finish, like 2-digit, maybe 1-digit hit point difference in the tower.
I'm thinking KK is going to take it in normal time.
Before we go to overtime?
Before the overtime.
Boy.
Because KK has played kind of interesting decks this season. I mean, he's played Hog Rider, he's played E-Golems, he's played the Graveyard, but he played the Splash Yard version with the Bowler at some points. He did beat Jack and Expo with that. So he never really plays anything standard. Like the last game he played against Radish, he bought the Furnace with the RG, the old school RG deck that we used to see, RG Furnace. Maybe he'll bring something tricky today. He did lose that game, but it still shows that he's not willing to just play these strong meta decks.
Yes, the Bowler, the Splash Yard with the Archers, actually getting some more use. Overall, ladder Grand Challenge.
Well, I mean, when KK played it, he played it with the Valkyrie, the Baby Dragon, and the Inferno Dragon with the Ice Whiz as well. So he didn't play, even that, he didn't play with the Archers. We see one hit there from the Hog Rider. Sado not bringing his Mortar Cannon Cart deck that we usually see. The Hog Rider is coming down from him. Is he going to be carrying a building? And if so, which building will he be carrying? Lightning away that Musketeer. Does KK. And a Mega Minion slowly flutters across the arena.
With the Mega Minion Lightning?
What do you think?
Can this possibly be the beatdown that KK loves to play? You see Lumberjack.
Indeed, there's a heal spirit. Not really getting a heal, that doesn't matter at this point. The Lumberjack didn't take any damage, but it does clear out those bats.
How heavy? Is it going to be rock heavy, or is it going to be giant heavy?
Are you saying we might be getting Golem?
You never know. You never know, Simon. If you're not getting the feeling, maybe not. Because you're the first one that should be having that kind of feeling.
With what we see so far, it definitely could be. We'll have to find out what he brings as that last card. It is going to be RG. Getting my hopes up there, G-Clef saying it could be a Golem.
Slightly the older fashion with the Lightning Mega Minion.
Both those cards kind of replaced in the meta. And here comes a Hog Rider down the right-hand side. Cage is there to answer. There's a Heal Spirit. Gets a big heal in. That RG is raged up. It gets one shot and one shot only. But decent.
Decent enough to come back in this game. And the Hog Rider didn't do too much in compared to how dangerous it could have been. KK having the cage against the Hog is a lifesaver here.
Fireball there doesn't catch everything. Heal Spirit on that Lumberjack. Heals it all the way back up, and that's... Lumberjack is going to rage up the Baby Dragon. The bats are there to distract him. There is the Hog Rider as well. Cage is answering, so KK loads up that RG at the back, slowly pushing up the lane.
Full Elixir. Now the Baby Dragon, I think he wants to wait this push out for the Lightning.
Zap did come down. There's a rage. The RG gets one.
Good heal.
It gets two. It gets three. It gets 4 hits. KK making the most. And look at that. 2 Baby Dragons and a Mega Minion on the tower. Fireball's not going to be enough to finish that.
Lumberjack's going to finish it. This is game.
Wow, KK. Wow. How do you get 2 Baby Dragons to just be that healthy when your RG underneath gets 4 hits under a raged Lumberjack and still completely wipe everything out?
Yes. Sado was just trying to push a little too naive there with the Hog Rider and says, okay. And when KK loads an RG on the back in the same lane, and KK says, okay, I can actually make my push a little stronger by just having the cage down. Hog doesn't get a single hit. The Brawler will actually sort of match with my RG because I loaded up from the back.
Look at that efficiency, G-Clef. 2 RGs played by KK. And the tower goes down.
Was it? I thought it was 3.
It was 2. Unless my eyes are failing me in my old age, but look at that rage. The heal underneath. There's 2 Baby Dragons. There's a Mega Minion there. And just, that tower had no chance. Even the Fireball is never going to be enough. He had no elixir left to distract. That Sado takes an interesting loss.
After a pretty dominant form against Raiki, KK is continuing to bring not off meta decks, but with a different old style combination.
Yeah.
The Lightning combination with the Mega Minion sort of makes you think even up to Goblin Giant for a few seconds, but after seeing few more cards, you would think, okay, with the Heal Spirit, so it can't be Sparky. So I think KK, we don't exactly know what his starting hand actually looked like, but still, he was trying to have a lot of mind game by playing these other cards that had some other potentials of some other win condition, like the Goblin Giant Sparky, or even the Golem.
Yeah, and Haruki is in for Sado. Haruki is 3. Oh no, that's 0 in 3 this season. He lost to Jackie, lost to Peas, and lost to Yuya. So Haruki taking the place. And I was going to say, KK does this thing where he'll play what looks to be a popular deck and then throw a spanner in the works. We saw last season where when everyone was trying out E-Golem and everyone was playing it, he played a deck that was an E-Golem deck until it came to the E-Golem, where he threw down the old Rock Golem and just, it catches you by surprise. It catches you off cycle because you're preparing your cards in your cycle for a specific enemy. You're like, okay, this is E-Golem, so I need to keep this in hand at all times. And then it comes down, it's a big Rock Boy. It's what he does, the mind game masterclass. is essentially how KK wins games.
And he's bringing... There's a reason why we have meta decks. Because they work the best against most of what goes around at this current time. That's what meta is. But KK brings older fashioned decks that were in the meta previously and make it work against these type of real meta decks, which is actually supposed to be harder. But he's finding these answers within the game.
Yeah, he seems to be playing at a completely different stage of Clash Royale than everyone else, but just still continuing his dominant streak. He is up against Haruki. Haruki last time out did bring the Ram Lumberjack against Yuya and ended up losing that one. Before that, he has played Graveyard and he has played Expo as well. And KK starts out with that RG at the back with the Ice Wizard. Haruki.
Yeah, maybe the same. The Ice Graveyard seemed to do a lot better against most of RG. But this time with the Fisherman, so maybe there is no lightning.
Possibly this RG is not going to get into the tower. There is a bomb tower. Heal Spirit trying to do what it can. Is that RG actually going to get a hit? No, shut down right at the last minute.
Still the Baby Dragon. Cup forcing out Knight from Haruki once again. So it is the bomb tower from Haruki. Trying to go for the same counter that they always have with the tornado.
Just a small game. It is going to be the RG with the E-Wiz from KK. Grayson comes down on top of the E-Wiz, so Haruki gets some damage into the tower. Just a poison chip. Nothing too serious, and another RG played at the back. Will this one be more successful than the first one? We'll find out when he gets to the bridge. What is he going to bring around this to support him?
Fisherman is going to be crucial, pulling those Knight or Ice Wizard, making sure the slow is gone. Targeting the Ice Wizard will be the best.
Yeah, there is another big Heal Spirit Tornado in to pull everything in for the Baby Dragon and the Ice Wizard, but that RG still gets one shot off. 2-1-2-1 on Haruki's tower. Haruki's struggling to really break through here and find just an opening to lay down a graveyard, right?
I thought he was going to, but gives another chance for KK to respond with that RG back. Ooh. Fireball there, but only hitting the Ice Wizard, not the tower.
Yeah, but that RG is very healthy. Even now, it's not going to get a shot, but that's still taken a beating. And allows KK to just generate more elixir to be able to push again. Haruki just has not had any teeth this game so far.
I think Haruki wants to have one perfect push. So far he's found some opening, but not a massive one this time. No Ice Wizard, no Baby Dragon.
Yeah, this RG is having the time of his life. 3 hits into that tower. And Haruki just, he needs to try and bite, but he just cannot. KK is putting on so much pressure with these RGs, with the bar barrels coming in and just being generally annoying. Haruki cannot find an opportunity to attack.
That Heal Spirit allows a direct hit with the E-Wiz.
There is the Graveyard. The Baby Dragon is there. The Knight is there. The Baby Dragon defensively for KK. Can he defend this? There is the aggressive poison from Haruki. E-Wiz doing what it does best, and everything survives. Crosses the bridge. This might just be game in this push. Fireball comes in. That RG. Ooh, Baby Dragon gets a spit too, and the Heal Spirit is going to close it out. KK takes game 3 against Haruki. Haruki tried to get one Graveyard on the board, and it was just dealt with.
Even if KK brought the exact same deck from the previous game, I think he would have still won. But what a massive control there by KK. His use of Fisherman was insane, making sure the barb from the bar barrel takes a hit or more and steals that slow away from the Ice Wizard. And it also forced out a early tornado from Haruki. So overall, KK was at least a step or few steps ahead of what Haruki wanted to do in this matchup.
I mean, look at this compared to the last game. 6 RGs played. This time round, KK really did defend with his offense. He just pushed and pushed and pushed. It was so aggressive from KK. Is it because he knew he outclassed his opponent? Is it because he knew that the only way really to just completely shut out a graveyard deck is to make them defend, spend everything there? I mean, absolute masterclass from KK.
Yes, so we have seen those knight placement because of the Barbarian barrel pressure from the center. Stealing away a few slow shots, forcing another knight so that the Ice Wizard doesn't go down.
Yeah, fireball there, and unfortunately the Ice Wizard decides to take a little bit of a vacation before the end of the game. Goes on a little adventure, but that was defense through offense. 100%. KK just he grabbed Haruki by the throat and never let up.
And also Haruki waited for one perfect push, and it was way too late already. Unless he had some different winning condition like a freeze or a rage, you can't really wait that much. Yeah. You expect Graveyard to do some, but KK's not gonna let it go where it does 2,000 damage with just one Graveyard.
But Haruki couldn't really be any more aggressive, because if he showed any sign of aggression, KK just would have killed him.
Yeah, that's the decision making you really have to do, especially with Tornado. When do you use the Tornado? Do you take some damage and keep the Tornado for a better attack? In this case, KK got a lot more value in his attack all the time. So Haruki did not have that many chances.
And a surprise to absolutely nobody. Nuri comes out last for team timing. He's played quite a few games. The last time these two teams met, Nuri did beat Reiki Jones and lost to KK. Will KK get the double over Nuri this season? It's not looking good. Nuri has a lot of work to do if he can beat KK in this game 4, because after beating KK, most likely he's gonna have to go up against Mugi. So this is the gauntlet for Nuri. Can he bring it home for his team, who've put quite a bit of faith in keeping him the anchor for this match?
There's no ban card, so it is possible for Nuri to open up a lot more. His favorite was always the balloon, and we got a lot of different combinations with the balloon nowadays. The problem will be that KK always bringing at least a cage or a building to go up against. Let's see if KK is going to bring RG again with a different combination.
Could be wall breakers here for Nuri. That's just something he plays. Oh, it is going to be Mortar Cycle. Which version of Mortar is this going to be?
Mortar Barrel.
It looks like it.
It's a Mortar Bait version with the skeleton, not skeleton, spear goblin, goblin gang, and skeleton barrel.
Yep. 100%. That's what it looks like right now. There could be a spanner in the works, but we're going to say most likely no.
Ooh. And a balloon from KK?
See, there is the skeleton barrel from Nuri. Not getting much done this time round, and there is a mortar come down from Nuri. Skeleton's just going to try to distract and allow that musketeer to live, and it does. It only eats one shot from the mortar. And this musketeer isn't going to be able to get a connection into the tower. It does. 1 shot, 2 shots. 1980 remain. KK gets slightly more out of that first opening exchange.
If this keeps on happening, KK might actually not play. There are some games where KK doesn't even play win condition and says, okay, I am actually winning without playing my win condition card, but just by having perfect defense.
Well, I mean, he does have the miner, which, you know, in games where you're going to take it all the way anyway, the miner does kind of become that win condition because it does just get those chips in time and time again, especially if Nuri doesn't have much to catch it. But looking at what Nuri brings, he does have the tools to keep catching that miner. He does have the spear goblins, the goblin gang. It's just whether KK is tricky, and there is a balloon down the right. There is the miner. Spear goblins are going to try to do what they can to take it down, but that's... Oh, good fireball.
And looking for one good bar barrel to clean out all those green things. Oh, one of the best feelings that you get, but because of it, we'll take the death damage, but KK is ready with the snowball. Quick.
The Musketeer also got a shot in on that top left-hand tower, and here comes the balloon. I think mortar is in hand, but that's not going to pull it there. Nuri. Ooh. Okay. The balloon decides to take a right turn, and that's going to be enough for that balloon to go down.
Wasn't on an off position, but the Musket gets 1-2 shots again. But this time, because the Musketeer survived the defensive position from KK.
Mortar does come down. Bomb tower is going to deal with the skeletons, but the Musketeer does eat a shot. KK is not happy with damage getting done to his Musketeer before he crosses the bridge. There's the Goblin Gang, which isn't going to get much done here because that happens.
Even spending Ice Golem just to soak.
Ooh, that was a good miner. And again, the balloon decides to take a hard left this time, straight into that mortar. It's going to get nothing into the tower, but that mortar is at least going to go down. But it does get a hit into the tower on that bottom right. 1917 remain there. A couple of stabs, a couple of spears coming in as well. Nuri is slowly starting to turn this game in his favor.
Because the balloon is getting nowhere in because of defensive mortar position, I think KK might have to change the drill just a little and wait for mortar first and then the balloon after.
Yeah, that was good by Nuri, but I don't think he was expecting it to happen. The snowball comes in just before the spear goblins got played, so did take out that miner a little bit earlier. And no catch again on a miner here. So more damage coming in, 1084 on that tower. KK leaking a little bit of elixir there, deciding what to do.
And because he did not load up a balloon in his previous push, was leaking just a little, trying to soak as much as possible, get the miner caught by the goblins. Will KK find an opening?
Will Nuri be able to find an opening to break through? It doesn't look like it with this balloon. The skeleton balloon is actually going to get pretty close. Has to be snowballed away. 1606. I think KK has done it, but it depends how well he can defend this mortar.
And as the ice balloon goes a little too close to that mortar, another good, pretty good lock for Nuri, but he needs to find about 4 more hundred.
Yeah, it's not connecting to the tower at all. There's just too many bodies distracting. The miner is there, and that is it. KK completes an absolute stomping of team timing here. Ponos took the 2v2, 2 games to 1, and then when it comes down to the King of the Hill, Reiki Jones lost game 1, but then KK beat game 2, 3, and 4 against Sado, Haruki, and Nuri. And that first place just cemented itself pretty much, as they are now 8-1.
Whenever KK played Balloon, he was actually having worse of a time because Mortar pulled Balloon every single time. Nuri did not miss it. It was actually in a response, and the 5 elixir did go into death damage into the Mortar, not the tower at all. He could not get any snowball chances. And there were way too many Spear Goblins, Musketeer, the Fireball, and defense against the Balloon, so KK just loaded up saying, okay, let's throw Miner, gather up maximum Goblin Gang or the Spear Goblins for the Miner, so that my Barbarian Barrel actually gets more elixir value.
Yeah, I mean, KK abandoned the Balloon super early on, knowing that he's not really going to get it. He tried it once or twice, tried it 3 times, tried to get lucky. couldn't get through, and then just abandoned it, letting the Miner and the Musketeers do most of the work.
You love these positions and timing from KK, especially that bomb tower, soaking in some of the Musketeer, bringing the skeleton barrel into it, and also soaking in some mortar shots.
Yeah, phenomenal play by KK, and MVP,
of course,
very clearly goes to KK there. Don't go anywhere though, we will be back with the next match, Fav Gaming versus WEGM. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back soon. welcome back to Clash Royale League East. That is really distracting. We just saw absolute domination by Ponos against Team Timing. I mean, there is a reason why Ponos are #1, and we saw it on display there. They're just too good.
Yes, KK is KK.
And imagine if KK didn't come out and it was Mugi doing exactly the same. It's not out of the realm of possibility. That's so plausible that you're just like, wait, was that just Mugi in a KK costume or something? Because Ponos are just so strong.
And what's even worse for all the other team is that they have brought a new pair called Tengad and Yakitori, and it has worked okay. And they also have their original Rad and Raiki Jones. It was usually before it was Rad and Yakitori. Now they split them apart. Now they attach to someone else with Raiki Jones and Tengad this time.
I mean, we could have Rad and Tengad as well.
Rad and Tengad, or Raiki Jones and Tengad.
I mean, there's just
and go back to Rad and Raiki Jones.
There's just so many opportunities for that team to just continue to throw curveballs to the opponents because they have so many options. But let's get on to this game. Last season's first versus last season's second. Fav Gaming versus WEDGM. Of course, their seasons have not gone the way they wanted for this full season at all, because both teams are struggling down in the bottom half of the table.
And it started with Fav Gaming not doing well in 2v2 and also struggling a lot in King of the Hill. Expo Master Jack not performing as well compared to the previous season or the year before. And then when they start winning the 2v2 with this combination on the bottom of your screen, Jack and Kitashian really started to get the hang of the season, as Hajime was getting some wins. Expo Master sometimes coming up clutch in that 1v1 situation or just finishing the King of the Hill on his own.
Well, the last time these two teams faced each other, Hajime did get the all-kill, and it was on his debut. His debut for Fav was an all-kill against WEDGM, but since then he's kind of been slipping a little bit. He is on a 4-loss streak in King of the Hill, as he has lost to KK, Rain, Line, and Elsiop in the last 4 games. Before that, just before that, he did complete the suite of kicks. So Hajime definitely one to watch out for. Is his form going to be better? He was replaced last week in King of the Hill.
Well, for good reason, I think. Maybe giving some more opportunity to his teammates. Like Tashan, I think, is certainly a great 1v1 player for the team to and you need more players and players to have experience before you go into playoff.
Yep.
And you only have about 3 weeks. So I think it's good to have your final tries right now before you settle. And still Fav Gaming is doing a lot better in the regular season now.
I mean, there is one thing we got to talk about. Kitashin got 2 kills. 2 wins against TTG. He beat Hui, he beat Paradox, and did lose to Nuomisa. Has he made a statement big enough to get him into that King of the Hill roster?
Still, there are lots of teams who are actually actively using their 2v2 player in King of the Hill and 1v1, like Kicks. Ice Law and Light. Light comes to play for King of the Hill, and also the 1v1 set, which is definitely really hard when you are focusing so much on 2v2. The fatigue can certainly get to you if you're playing that many games, but still these pros are just at the top level of competitive that they can just play 1v1 all the time. 2v2 is another practice that you have to get it with your teammate, but it's something else when it comes to 1v1 that you don't really have to think about, so it might just be fine depending on how the player feels about the game.
You can see here the results on the... Fav are currently 3-6. That is a slight error there. WEDGM are the same, I believe.
Yes. So WEDGM and Fav That's what I remember.
Yeah,
from
both
the
for 3 and
G2.
6. Both for 3.
And also GTG is also the same, but they're just lower in set score.
Key players, it still shows Jack as one of the key players, but Jack has not had the greatest of seasons this season. He is on the back of 2 losses, but he did get 2 wins against Nova in the King of the Hill. And Higher, well, he all killed TTG, but there are a lot more L's on his King of the Hills than W's. He is 5 and 8.
It is for a fact much harder in the meta with this many fishermen, this many logs and everything pushing that Hog Rider back. So Jack, unlike at the end of last year and last season, the Hog Riders lost a lot of its power because of a lot more counter decks being played around the meta. But still, just like KK, I think he can find a lot of those openings. It's not just Hog Rider decks. He's been really good with the Ice Golem Balloon that KK just played. And there are so many other decks around that Jack can still bring.
Well, it is going to be Jack and Kitassian for Fav Gaming here in the 2v2. They're doing all right together. Their last 2 games, they're actually 3 and 1. Whoa! All right, they beat TTG 2-1, then they lost to Kicks 0-2, and then they beat Nova and TTG 2-0. This time around, it is going to be Higher and Solomon from WEDGM, the standard 2v2 for this team. And they are currently 5 and 4 in set score for 2v2.
Solomon's got his hair up again with the hairpin.
Is it actually still left in there?
That's what I saw. Or is it the reflection from light? I thought it was hairpin.
What do you think we're going to see from this matchup? Are you expecting Musketeer ban?
So a lot more Dark Goblin.
The Musketeer ban is super interesting because it is the crux of so many different decks right now, especially in 1v1. In 2v2, not so much. It is kind of, you can replace it, but the Muskie has become so important in so many decks. Banning it out, yes, there are replacements, but those replacements come at great cost.
Archers, one. Hunter is another, but not the same as Musketeer.
Because the range is considerably less. Archers, Dark Goblin, Wizard?
E-Wizard.
Normal Wizard instead?
Wizard is... I would use Wizard if it costs 4.5.
The first card with half an elixir cost. Alright, so it is Higher and Solomon in red at the top, and Kitashian and Jack in blue at the bottom. And there are the Skeleton Dragons from Fav and Skeleton Dragons from WEDGM.
Yeah,
these cards are so important.
And from the Musketeer band, we expect heavy air-focused decks.
There is the E-Wiz from Fav.
Hunter and everything that we said that can replace Musketeer are going to be coming out.
All right, let's see the Wizard come out. All right, Giant Skeleton against Giant Skeleton. It is Giant Skeleton Balloon from WEDGM. The Fisherman is going to clear that lane up ever so slightly, and the freeze comes down, and that's a good freeze. Snowball, will this balloon get a drop? Ooh, just shut it.
Even with the Snowball from WEDGM, as the Skeleton Dragon is getting a few more shots at right before the drop of that balloon. So close shot, still gets to death damage, so not a bad start, even after that freeze.
There is the balloon from Fav Gaming. It is Balloon Graveyard with a Lumberjack for Fav. Rage up that balloon. Is it going to be able to get to the tower? Most likely not with the E-Wiz and the Skeleton Dragons, but look at the Skeletons from the graveyard. 1261 on that one.
So much, and the Ice Wizard had to be away from the tower because of the balloon.
That's the power of that. You kind of force awkward positioning of a lot of different cards that you have when you go for that graveyard
And
with the balloon.
Yeah, I was thinking why that log came down so late. It's because WGM, they already used their snowball in their previous offensive balloon attack. Again, offensive, very aggressive snowball.
Freeze as well. The bats come out, but they're frozen until that ends. But clean up again. The death damage is going to absolutely wipe everything out. Almost a reset.
And the fisherman doesn't pull the giant skeleton, but there's nothing behind, so I don't think it's okay. They're loading up Musketeer now with the second giant skeleton from WGM. Fireball's good.
Yeah, death damage is coming in. That's going to clean that up. And it's just an exchange of giant skeleton deaths. And this balloon and graveyard from WEDGM is going to be enough. We know they have a freeze. There it is. It doesn't actually catch much at all. No drops.
Drop that actually. And the clone from Fob. They want to push the giant skeleton. That's in death.
And that's it. That's going to be game. Death damage comes in. Fob with the sneaky clone. It's like you can bring freeze all you want. We'll bring clone instead. What's up, G-Clef?
I was thinking that Fob I thought they were just having a freeze.
The clone is an interesting touch and definitely works occasionally.
Yeah, especially when that giant skeleton is nearby, you can just push it just by a couple of tiles.
Well, we've seen that with Team Timing when they did that clone mirror deck that they were running in 2v2. And look at that, one clone, one tower down. They're intrinsically linked with each other right there. WEDGM fell just shy. There was a weird freeze that came in that just seemed to not catch much at all. And I wouldn't say cost them the game, but I think they could have got a little bit more done with a smarter placement on the freeze.
Certainly looked like a very weird freeze, not this.
Yeah, that one's all right. It was the next one that was
this offensive snowball, which almost led into a connection, but no. And against the graveyard, they only had a defensive log.
Look at that, the skeleton.
And log comes now. Oof. After about 600 damage.
And then it just loads up again. 3 or 4 more at the back, and damage just sneaks through. But look at this. I think this is where the freeze comes in. This one freezes, yeah, there. It caught the Ewiz and one skeleton dragon.
So I thought the balloon was caught in that freeze for a second, but it was the zap from the Ewiz at the same time. But in response, I thought they already had a massive setup with the troops.
Well, I think we're going to get into game 2 very soon. Clone, graveyard, giant skeleton, loon.
Yeah, Jack so happy after that win. I think he's starting to get that taste of that 2v2 clone, man. Once you taste it, you can never go back.
It's true. It's just... it's one of those cards that is just so ridiculously fun to play because it's so weird, but you'll never see it really in that 1v1 series because it's too risky. But in 2v2, you can afford a little bit of risk.
It's like having a T-bone steak for the first time in your life. I've never had meat taste this good. And then you bring clone and freeze together. This is next level with the spice.
I was wondering where you were going with that, and I'm still really confused. All right.
Or an ice cream. You know babies, you know the kind of face babies make when they eat ice cream for the first time. This is the best thing in my life that happened so far.
Are you hungry, G?
Yes. I want some ice creams.
All right, what do you think we're going to see game 2? Do you think we're going to see more balloon graveyard? Do you think we're going to see maybe a lava hound?
Lava?
The musky band does so much.
I think musky band calls for a lot more air units. And because of that, I think bringing a lightning is actually a really smart choice. Getting those hunter down, or archers are not going to matter as much as they will just go down to arrows.
There is, and it is going to be bait for Fav. That's that first barrel. The Goblin barrel got a lot done and eats a snowball that got nothing done. WEDGM just throwing 2 elixir away right there.
Dark Goblin, my favorite card. There's so much work again. It's an easy cleanup.
Yeah, the EWIS had to come down because they've already burnt the snowball. Which didn't hit much. Valkyrie is there to help try and clean this up.
It's a smart toss for a better spin with the Valkyrie. Which actually doesn't get caught.
Ooh, placement on the Hunter.
Yeah, you just have to put it on the same spot. As the Valkyrie did take the lock from the Princess Tower. Rocket
has to come down because the Dark Goblin is locked on the Giant Skeleton.
And
rough situation.
Still survives, forcing out another Fisherman. Such a good card.
Yeah, it just generates so much value the longer it's on the board. Anyway, Skeleton Balloon comes in. Bomb Tower is there for WEDGM this time around, so Bats are going to help clean that up, but they're also going to die. And completely empty board until the Skeleton Dragons come and do. Fav have a Fireball to get rid of them. It doesn't look like they do because they would have played it right there.
And it's because they instead brought the Rocket, which is working okay against the Balloon. It's worse of a trade, of course, 5 for 6, but oftentimes with the Balloon you'll be hitting onto something else, at least locking opponent's win condition.
Graveyard coming down for WEDGM, but there is nothing at the front, and now they have two. Now Fav have 2 Dark Goblins to kind of eat that up, and no damage done.
Yeah,
Not one
Graveyard
single
did
scratch.
nothing. 0 damage.
All right, Balloon is coming in. There is the Rocket. That's going to do that nicely. Bats will finish it up.
Her falls to the death damage. So Fob ready with those next set of baits. On the left, with Bomb Tower being placed towards the right.
That was a good snowball. Really nice. The Bomb Tower taking out all those goblins to push them over to the side. This time they split around the tower. Log is there, and that's going to eat all the skeletons from that skeleton barrel too. And Baba just slowly in the lead, but their defense is just so strong.
Slowly in the lead, but not by far. Even after this many baits, this many barrels flying around.
One set of hits again from those goblins in that barrel. The poison coming down as well is bad news bears for WEDGM, but this is a big push. How are Fav going to be able to deal with this? Dark Goblin in the back to try and stop this Graveyard as much as possible, and that is exactly what it does. 2-0-4-3.
Could not use the freeze this time as the Dark Goblin was all the way back behind the King Tower. As the Skeletons will do some more damage now, going left and right. Bob gaming, they're trying to do some massive work. So far the Bomb Tower is taking down most of those Skeletons.
But the damage is still seeping through WEDGM's defenses. We'll see if that continues. 1-5-1-9 on that top right-hand tower. I mean, look how much damage they've taken. They've eaten 2 Graveyards and 3 or 4 balloons right now. There's another Rocket. Dark Goblin is poisoned away, but another one played, carrying those double Dark Goblins, but a freeze comes down from WEDGM. Is this going to be enough? The answer is absolutely no, but one Skeleton Dragon suddenly brings everything back for WEDGM.
Yeah, that one shot into the tower, 1731. And on top, the Hunter is good. Only the log damage this time going in. Now the cycle again for WEDGM to lock up that balloon. Graveyard defensive poison from Fob.
Inferno Tower and another Dog Goblin. The Dog Goblin is not in that freeze. It wasn't even snowballed, but that balloon might get to the tower. No, the Dog Goblin plate at the back is going to be good, but the death damage is going to go in, and that gives WEDGM a lead. And this Graveyard is going to be huge. If this can get quite a bit of damage in, I think that's going to be it. That is it anyway. Fav Gaming cannot get enough damage left now, and the Graveyard finishes it up. WEDGM take game 2. That was a very, very patient game from WEDGM.
The Great Wall of WEDGM. This time, Fav Gaming was not able to break through much. They did some, but kept it to bare minimum.
Lot. No, they did a lot. Fab Gaming got a lot of damage in up until about the 1 minute 30 mark, I think, where like WEDGM just pulled down those shutters.
Yeah, Fab Gaming, they did about 600-700, and then they suddenly realized, okay, we have to split left and right, which will allow us to do some more damage and some more elixir leak from WEDGM. Because what exactly WEDGM is thinking is to bring all the giant skeleton, the skeleton dragons, together with the balloon on one side. As Fab Gaming, they had the rocket, but the rocket doesn't have biggest radius to hit. So it was oftentimes just hitting the giant skeleton and the balloon. But when that didn't come through the graveyard,
yeah, we see, like, the damage does go through for Fab. Like, the defenses were really leaky up until, I think, the 1 minute mark. I said 1 minute 30, but I think it's the minute mark where, like, WEDGM kind of just barricade the doors about here. Yeah, so now no damage really comes through. This gets cleaned up. Bam, no damage in. Even the bomb tower. The skeletons come in, but the hunter at the back reloads just in time. And this is where kind of WEDGM were like, all right, it's time to get damage in. We're down to the last 30 seconds. This might come to the tiebreak situation. Let's try and sneak as much in. The freeze doesn't catch the Dark Goblin. You're like, oh man, that's gonna hurt. But they're slowly taking the lead. They get the death damage to drop. 1-1-8-1. They instantly load up at the bridge with the graveyard. And they defended the barrel. I mean, there's nothing Fab can do from that. The rocket is never going to be enough. The skeletons actually finish it up before we get to the tiebreaker countdown. But that was the defense kind of kicked in at that minute mark. And they just took no extra damage unless it was from the log or the rocket.
Yeah, Jack Tashan using a little too much with that Inferno when there were way too many coming in. And when you put that Inferno, you know some type of spell is also coming, at least a freeze or more. So I think the Dark Goblin had to be off to the side as they loaded another from back of the King Tower.
Yeah, Fab asked for a timeout here.
Good timing.
Taking the loss there. They were in kind of control for the longest of time, but once that triple elixir period started, they just couldn't really get anything else onto the tower. Everything was shut down. Great hunter placements by WEDGM to make sure that they get all the goblins every time. And if they don't, maybe a hit, maybe two, but nothing critical.
And also one key thing from that matchup was also WEDGM's Fishermen getting some pulls on the giant skeleton. Not too many, but significant enough to actually bring the game for themselves. Getting the Dark Goblin that was supposed to stay there and shoot 5,000 darts and shut that down to like 2-3 darts instead. The Dark Goblin's good. Its attack speed is pretty fast. It does the damage, I believe 100 at a time, but its HP is actually quite small. It dies to lots of one-shots.
Did you just say the Dark Goblin attacks pretty fast? It's just fast, man. That thing
is Dark Goblin faster or Lumberjack faster in attack speed?
Same. I think they're the same. Whatever. It doesn't even. The Dark Goblin is like a machine gun, though. It's just like tick, 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 and everything dies.
We should have machine gun goblin. Sort of like Inferno. If you leave it, attack speed goes up.
Like a minigun, it just warms up and gets faster and faster.
And then it resets on each target. So it's sort of like Inferno.
This is why you're not in game design.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go to game 3, the deciding game of this 2v2 between Jack and Katashian, Hire and Solomon. Game 1 went Jack and Katashian's way with a clone balloon graveyard, giant skeleton, basically everything in the kitchen sink. Game 2 went the way of WEDGM, where Fav bought that double bait and WEDGM bought Graveyard Giant Skeleton again. So we'll see what happens here. It looks like Fav are going double bait one more time, getting quite a bit of damage in that opening barrel exchange.
Yeah, WEDGM I'm pretty sure they had at least a spell. Okay, they wanted to save up Elixir for this push.
There's the rocket again. This is almost a repeat of game 2.
Yep, and with the defensive poison, that actually did not
60
do
damage.
any
70
damage. Compared to a Goblin Barrel and a Skeleton Barrel.
Imagine spending basically 11 elixir on a push and getting less than 100 damage.
WGM was willing to try and see if Fab had defensive poison or not. And the rocket.
Is that skeleton balloon, and everything gets cleaned up by the giant skeleton. Bombs. Dark Goblin going to take out the giant, everything. So much value on that Dark Goblin.
This time the Goblin Barrel gets erased though. Not much. Oh, good predicted fireball. Whether it was going to be the tower or the Dark Goblin.
Now the Inferno Tower comes down. There's a good freeze, but the Dark Goblin is going to be fine until it is pushed away. And this balloon isn't going to get a drop, but at least it gets the death damage in this time round. WEDGM take a very narrow lead.
A giant skeleton almost went into the tower range, but something else actually spawned towards the river. Just out of range for the death damage.
There's that Hunter plate at the back, cleaning it up with a brilliant positioning. That angle is so good. The Dark Goblin actually gets pulled across the bridge.
Good read again by WEDGM.
Now it's going to pull the Valkyrie. It's not going to pull the giant skeleton. That is what WEDGM want with that fisherman, just to open up the lane and allow this to go through, but they delayed it enough with the pull. That's a good rocket. The freeze comes down. The graveyard is there. The balloon goes down to a solo bat that the archer just could not finish. Graveyard comes in. It is getting damage done. 1601, 1534, and it is going to go down to 1400.
Saved by that rocket. Unless that happened, this was going to be a massive attack with the graveyard. This time the log doesn't pair up 100% with the skeletons.
Slightly mistimed there. Doesn't catch every skeleton from that skeleton barrel, and that's a good freeze. Still 2 bats remain. Snowball to try and clean them up, but 1 still lives. The Dark Goblin is going to be enough to clean that up. Death damage does connect. 927 on that tower.
So Bob, they want to chip in some more, but limiting it to just 2 stabs from the goblins only.
Yeah, Fava once again finding themselves in this position where they just struggle to get any damage connected into the tower. They have a lot of good tools, but nothing getting the work done. The log comes down to eat those skeletons again. There is the Goblin Barrel. Is it going to be able to get something? It might this time round. 932, but they're still behind a graveyard and balloon loaded up on the right-hand side. Nice knowing that the Dark Goblin is actually out of position, but the bats are going to be enough to clean that up. And the defensive poison does its job.
Yeah, but a lot of Elixir actually used rocket bats and also the defensive poison from Bob against that balloon graveyard. So WGM is actually happy with that exchange.
The Goblin Barrels are starting to get something done. 7-1-3 on the WEDGM's top left-hand tower. Rocket has to come down again. Hits the Fisherman. Dark Goblin isn't going to finish that, but it doesn't matter. 2 Dark Goblins on the board. 1 on the right is going to get a few connections into the tower. It might end up mattering later on, but these giant skeletons are coming in. Valkyrie placed perfectly to eat all that aggression.
And 16 seconds left. The balloon is coming. The bats. Where's the rocket? Inferno Tower comes down. There's a freeze. Skeletons and the fireball to secure the win for WEDGM.
Yeah, I mean, it was almost an exact repeat of Game 2, where Fab have the early single elixir and the first little bit of the double elixir period. They look good. They look solid. The bait is working. The barrels are connecting. They're getting damage in. Then WEDGM kind of hit that point in Elixir where they're like, okay, we now have every defensive option we have in the right cycle. We have all the Elixir we need. We're good to just shut this down time and time again. And that's exactly what happened in Game 2. Game 3 was identical.
And love one big change made by WEDGM during game number 3, which was Bob Gaming is getting way too much elixir value from that one rocket. It's hitting onto the balloon and few other targets, which is bringing them down at the same time. So after Bob changes their attack to the left side, we can't really pair up everything onto the left. We've done less damage. So let's just send the naked graveyard balloon, and if we have the chance, let's use the freeze. And make sure that the trade with the rocket just goes against the balloon. We'll get a better trade. Forcing out so many more cards like the bats, defensive poison, defensive ice spirit. And Bob was losing the elixir trade.
I mean, this just feels like an exact repeat of Game 2. This exactly happened again. Snowballs coming in. Dark Goblins doing what they do, but damage just sneaking through. The death damage there snuck through. This Dark Goblin ends up going left, so WEDGM go right. It's like, it's almost the same. How do they defend this one? The log comes in.
And next,
naked graveyard. Balloon comes in, knowing that Dark Goblin isn't even going to be fussed. Does turn around. But look at this. They just got through. 726, you're like, okay, Fav, they have it. Double barrel. The log comes down. They've got it. And then they don't. And WEDGM just capitalized push after push. And that was it.
You had so much going on with those giant skeletons. Just tanking both of the Princess Tower left and right. And once that came down, you don't really have a place to put down your Inferno Tower.
No, like, there was just nothing there for Fav. They used the poison. The Dark Goblins were alive, but kind of not doing what they needed to. Freeze comes down. Balloon is there. It's just... It feels like throwing everything together and just pushing down a lane, because your opponent is going to get confused. It's going to get panicked. They're not going to... They might play something slightly wrong. Maybe they put 2 units in exactly the same place where you know, there's all these little things that WEDGM were trying to force out of Fav, and it ended up working right at the end again.
So do you think not the Dark Goblin, Giant Skeleton is actually a little too strong for what it cost?
No, I think it's fine, but in 2v2 it just ekes value because it cleans up any counter or push opportunity. It basically takes out a lot of creative space. Like, you can't go for a big counter push because Giant Skeleton deletes it every time. That's why the Fisherman's there, to try and pull it out of place. But the problem is, a lot of teams know that Fisherman's coming, so then they'll put down Skeletons, Valkyrie, anything to eat that hook.
Which is very hard to read all those interactions, but in that match, WEDGM certainly had a better use of their Fishermen, pulling in Giant Skeleton a couple of times, pulling the pull onto Dark Goblin. That was a smart read, placed at the same time. But let's move into 1v1s now, with no ban card, King of the Hill time.
Yeah, look at that. Teams very evenly matched, and that's because both teams are 3-6. Both teams kind of rebounded recently. WEDGM, of course, are 1-1 in this second half of the split, whereas Fav are 2-0. Fav took out Nova and TTG, and WEDGM took out TTG and lost to Ponos. So we'll see if they can get things done. Hajime starts us off. Let's see if he can get the complete sweep like he did the first time these two teams met.
Peace.
And it is going to be Peas to kick us off for WEDG.
Evan, we have not seen the Rocky for some time. Today might be the day. With some Fisherman Golem combination, which we love to see from Peas.
Yeah, Golem just from Peas is always good. He did beat Haruki with the Golem deck with that Fisherman, and since then, that was his last win because he lost to Sato with the Golem Cannon card. He lost to Huyi with the Graveyard with the Ice Golem, that weird Graveyard deck that WEDGM were only playing that week. And then he has also played a traditional Barb Hut Graveyard, which he lost against Boss. He's not having the greatest of seasons thus far. And Hajime 2, King of the Hill 7-6, but 6 of those 7 wins come from clean sweeps, where he swept WEDGM, then swept kicks. So Hajime is either boiling hot or ice cold.
So either his switch is
on
or off.
Yeah, it's I'll sweep the team, or I'll just fall and cry.
But usually it doesn't get flipped off during while it's on. So is it on today or not? Peas, I would say it's one of the harder opponents because he does have his own playstyle. Easier to predict, but when you actually face him, it's not as easy as you think.
Yeah, Hajime is on a 4-loss streak, whereas Peas is on a 3-loss streak. But one of those streaks are going to end in this match, and we'll find out as Hajime is in blue and Peas is in red.
You're not wrong. As we're leaking, maybe.
Feels like a golem from Peas.
Usually he tries it at least a time when he gets multiple chants a day.
Yeah, this time starting with it. Hajime with the heal spirit. I'm gonna say he's bringing RG. Just feeling it. Last time round, Hajime bought Expo and he bought Balloon with the freeze in. That was against Line and Elsie up. So we'll see what he brings this time round. Barb Hut, though, now suddenly switches up a little bit. J-Clef, what are you thinking?
Can still be Golem with the double prince, but with the double prince, may just be going towards Giant.
Electro Dragon, though? It's an interesting deck thus far from P, so we'll see what he is bringing on the back end of this. And it is going to be Graveyard from Hajime. Heal Spirit obviously doesn't only mean RG, in every deck. There's poison coming down eventually. Skeleton Dragons are in that poison. So is the Heal Spirit, and that is all cleaned up.
Elixir Collector. So we are going
Pump Double
Beat
Prince
down, yes.
Golem. All right, cool. Welcome to 2017.
Where Collector is going to soak.
Oh, big Heal Spirit on that Bob. Look at the damage, 1289 piece.
He doesn't care.
No, he doesn't. Because now he just has to push forward.
He has a massive push.
And good NATO in, but
the delivery.
Yeah, that definitely throws a spanner in the works, and the Golem blows up before it even looks at a tower. The Musketeer is just cleaning all of this up. Hajime!
No damage!
Hajime just shattered the dreams of Peas.
The delivery is such a good defensive option for Hajime against this.
But, doesn't matter.
Collector was still there.
Exactly, that Collector has had so much value. There's the delivery, the E-Dragon goes down, and the Golems again, just the death damage this time round on the towers, 2274. It is not going well for Peas.
At the moment, Peas load up another Elixir Collector. Might be the end of the match. There's Golem.
Slow build it up from the back.
Hajime can't really have a sudden switch to the right.
He doesn't need to. I think he just needs to pile bodies and stop these Golems from crossing the bridge. He has every tool he needs to get that done. Poison does catch the E-Drag. Does catch one of the Skeleton Drags. The Golem is down again. But that is... It's hard to tell. Is he going to be able to break through this time round? That Dark Prince isn't going to be enough. The E-Drag is there.
Oh, the Prince forces out another...
It forces out a defensive Graveyard, but that does not matter. Hajime has a massive lead going into the last 45 seconds of this.
Oh, the NATO, the Musketeer is gone. The anti-air defense, not as much as you think. The Heal Spirit is good, but the delivery shutting most of it down.
Yeah, it just... Hajime was like, I know what you're going to do. I'm just going to shut doors, get the damage done in one graveyard, and then just never really need to attack again. This has been a very long defensive stretch for Hajime, and it looks as though it's going to pay off. We're down to the last 10 seconds, no time for a golem, and somehow Peas needs to get 600 damage and now make that even more because of the poison, and that is game. I liked what Peas was trying, but it just was not enough.
Tried to pull out a magic with the delivery. Hajime jumps off the chair.
I think Hajime is just like, did you see what Peas was bringing there? He put pump. Golem double prince pump does fall to a graveyard with the Barb Hut. Hajime playing it very simple. Peas trying something a little bit funky, and unfortunately was not able to deliver.
All because of that one spell.
Poison?
No, Royale delivery.
The delivery as well,
which is a lot more common when there's Barbot with the Barbarian Barrel.
Yeah.
But delivery shut down a lot of those air attack. Even the problem came when that dragon went down from the delivery damage plus the poison. And the one recruit also pretty good against the Prince damage, or the Dark Prince getting at least a shield. It takes a couple more shots from them.
So this is the one time Hajime really gets damage in on the tower. Poison comes down, Graveyard's getting things done at the back, and it ends at, what is it, like 1900 there? He gets another 400 damage in. Peas is like, it doesn't matter, I'm playing Golem, I can break through. Health is just a resource, but look at the value the poison's getting. Look at the value the delivery's getting. Just so much is just dying right there. And even when you think it might be good, that Dark Prince might break through. The Heal Spirit ruins the day. And then defensive graveyard. Hajime just did not need to attack after that.
Yeah, that tornado saying, okay, I've got the pull, but activates the King Tower, which doesn't really matter in this matchup.
I mean, just look how much elixir Hajime has left to just play around with everything that Peas was throwing. Just, it seemed like he was playing infinite elixir mode while Peas was stuck on double. Peas not good enough to get the win today. That is 4 losses in a row, but finally Hajime breaks his own 4-loss streak as he gets the win and is going to go up against Higher.
But I still liked what Peas was trying to do. This entire season, all he's thinking about is how can I use the Golden deck? With what kind of cards? What is going to work against an RG against the graveyard?
Somebody give Peas a new beatdown card, please.
Yeah, just recommend him something else. He's going to try all of it. All 500 or more combinations. See what works.
So it is gonna be Higher out from WEDGM. What did we see him play last time? Against Reiki, he played RG with the Ewiz. Against Paradox, when he all-killed, when he swept away TTG, he played Royal Hogs with Cannon Card, he played Graveyard Cannon Card, and he played Balloon Miner. So we'll see what he can bring today. That clean sweep definitely helped him gain some confidence back, but he is still 5-8 in terms of King of the Hill score.
As Higher has been using lots of meta decks, not going out too far of a stretch compared to the other members of the team. But Hajime's switch is on for today.
Seems to be he might go down. There was one time where he got 1 win and 1 loss. That was against Boss. He won and then lost to Famous Kid. But we'll see what game 2 has in store. The last time these two played was week 1, and Higher bought Royal Hogs, Musketeers, Skeleton Dragons, Royal Hogs, Bob Hut. Yeah. So Royal Hogs, Bob Hut with the Musketeer, Skeleton Dragon. That was the last time round, and when they played each other the first time, Hajime was playing Graveyard with the Ice Wiz Goblin Cage combination. We got quite a bit of time between this one. I guess a timeout may have been called by Fav.
I think so. That's the reason why we saw Kenzumeshi behind him. Maybe Hajime ran out and says, "We need a timeout. I need to change a few cards." But
wait. Fava's already used their one, so it must have been a WGM timeout. Fortunately, we didn't have confirmation on that timeout there.
But we had confirmation on Fav timeout for 2v2, so it had to be. As WGM, they're just talking on the mic. They don't have the coach come down to the stage.
Which, you know, maybe that's a little bit of a difference here because, you know, sometimes having the coach rub your shoulders and just calm you down. We saw it a lot when we were back in Asia, that the timeouts were used basically to massage your player. Just to avoid cramps and any other physical strenuous activity. But, okay, Hog EQ from higher. And Hajime, the minor? Bomb tower.
And the wall breaker.
Yep. Heal Spirit does connect in time, so no connection there.
Depends on what else Higher is going to bring, with Knight tanking some damage from the bomb tower. Hog Rider may get a hit again, but mostly you're looking for that EQ damage. And against the wall breaker, not a bad deck to have.
We'll see Miner comes in for Hajime there. It's going to start taking out the Spear Goblins and then hit the tower on its own. And this Heal Spirit jumps into nothing. The Miner gets quite a bit of damage against Higher's tower there, 1572.
One shot from the Musketeer, win it.
EQ comes down, one hit, two hits. Knight is in the way, so no tower damage done there.
And the wall breakers, yeah, Hajime wanted to sneak those wall breakers in. The log came down immediately.
Heal Spirit again, just to distract the Knight. And that Miner getting a ton more damage. 1236. The Miner is just getting so much work done for Hajime. Sure, the wall breakers cannot connect, but these Miners just finding windows where they can live forever in front of those towers. And the Hog Rider shut down another time round. The bomb tower obviously is a great answer to that. How is Higher going to find a window here?
He had the bomb tower, but didn't play it until now. And after seeing Knight Musketeer paired up together for that splash damage,
Miner again got so much damage in 752. EQ comes down. Like, Hajime is dealing with these Hog Riders like an absolute champ. And Higher is just struggling to shut these Miners down. He can't stop leaking damage.
yeah, with the Spear Goblins instead of Skeletons, slightly higher elixir use in cycle, but the Miner has been doing so much work.
And it continues to do so. 364. Sure, the fireball damage is also ticking in, but these Miners are just getting so much value. And again, Hajime jukes Higher and gets a ton more damage. And 1, 2, 4, that's going to be it. That's game. 52 remain. There's the fireball. Hajime takes out Higher. And is he going to do it again? Is he going to sweep WGM for a second time this season?
And we've seen that moment where he jumps out of his chair.
It's like a delayed reaction.
Oh, I won. Guys!
Guys! I did it! Hajime just played that flawlessly. I gotta question Higher's Miner catching abilities there, because he did not catch many, and when he did, the Knight placement from Hajime was really good as well, because it was taking the tower damage instead of the Miner. So the Miner only had to deal with what was around it, and then into the tower.
And it was the bomb tower.
The bomb tower didn't come down until way late. I mean, look at this. Princess Tower is on the Musketeer. And the Miner, that just buys so much time for the Miner to just chomp through.
That highlight circle came down after everything was gone.
And again here, look, the Knight takes all the tower damage. The Miner just... The way Hajime was using his Miner is just so different. Usually you see it as the tank. This time around, it was purely the damage dealer, and it just juked perfectly. Yeah, Princess Tower nearly always attacking something else.
EQ Hog Rider against the Bomb Tower, oftentimes it gets 1. But because of some extra damage like the Knight or the Musketeer from Hajime, allowed no hits from the Hog Rider whatsoever. When himself was getting some minor damage, some sneak attack from the Musketeer, and the wall breakers did not connect, but also forcing out at least a defensive log or a bomb tower.
Well, Solomon is the final boss of WEDGM. He has the abilities to reverse sweep. He needs to here if he wants to close out this match in the King of the Hill, because don't forget, WEDGM did win the 2v2. Let's go. Can Solomon do it? What do you think, G-Clef? Do you think he's going to be able to take out Hajime, then most likely Expo Master and Jack, or do you think he's going to fall here?
Or the other way, so...
Could be Katashin again, though. I'd like to see Katashin do more 1v1 because he's really good.
Yeah, he's good, but maybe not today with Hajime. I believe Kitashan came in instead of Hajime last time, right?
Yeah.
Because Jack and Expo are just... They're not going away anytime soon. Unless they're sick for the day or something. And Solomon to defeat all 3 of them, I think it will take a miracle.
Let me see. Solomon, I think he's done it against
yeah,
Nova.
He had some great days.
He did it against AUK, Lil Chen, and Elsiop. He has been bringing the victories for his team, but WEDGM, their wins this season have only come against the against the Chinese teams. They've only beat TTG, Nova. They haven't beat a non-Chinese team so far this season. If they do it now, that's a great sign because Fav Gaming are their closest rivals. They both have the same record. This is last season's champions versus last season's 2nd place, who are currently 6th and 7th in the table.
It doesn't matter. This down in the standing table already in week 7. They're not looking for a 1st, 2nd place finish. It's near impossible. You just have to get out from that 7th, 8th place. And all 3 at the bottom is standing with 3 and 6 right now. So defeating basically the arch enemies right now.
The closest rivals.
The closest rivals for WEDGM, Fav Gaming, TTG, where WEDGM already lost to TTG in the 2nd round robin. So their best chance right now is defeating Fav Gaming, but up against King of... At least they brought 2v2. 1v1 seems to be the problem right now.
Yeah, and we're gonna go into this one. It is gonna be Hajime against Solomon. Hajime looking to complete the sweep, and Solomon looking to start the reverse sweep. We'll see what goes on in game 3.
Does Solomon have one-for-all solution? First, he has to go up against Hajime.
We'll see what goes on here.
It seems like Hajime has just brought a RG.
Jumping cage there, so it might be the EWIS version. And Solomon, what is he going to play? There is a Hunter.
And he shakes his head.
Which usually means he's powering up. Okay, Fireball comes in. What is he carrying in the back? Skeletons?
Fisherman Hunter RG from Solomon.
It's most likely here.
Yes. And Hajime not that far off. You might just have the Fisherman with RG.
right now both players are playing that dance of death where they're just trying to figure each other out, trying to get in the right cycle. Both players playing RGs at the back in the same lane.
It's up to those hooks and those small skeletons that can buy you some time.
Hunter placement is going to be important too. Don't forget there is a cage for Hajime, so he's going to be able to deal with this RG a little bit easier than Solomon, because Solomon does not have a building shown thus far. And that RG got no damage whatsoever.
Yeah, usually with Fisherman Hunter, there is no building.
Usually. Well, RG is coming in from the back. Again, both loaded up on the same lane. Most of the damage that Solomon has got done has been from a Fisherman. So the RGs, he's got to try and find a way to get these to effectively connect to the towers, because there is a cage to just slow it down.
And an EQ will help burn down the cage, allowing a shot from RG.
There is the RG loaded at the bridge for Solomon. Is this one going to get a lot more work? No, the cage is good. Comes down just in time again, and that RG gets nothing. Absolutely diddly squat.
And the fireball was a pretty good elixir trade, but Solomon already taking way too much hit from dragging in that Royal Giant with the Fisherman on his own.
Afraid to play it further up to make it walk a little bit, because it's just the opportunity of pulling something like that, a skeleton, that you don't want to. The EQ is good. Are we going to get a hit this time around? No, again! The Skeleton Dragon Musketeer with the Brawler is just too much for Solomon to handle.
Way too much single target damage. Now Solomon can't even pull that Royal Giant in. Hunter getting some shots, but RG also got some shots in.
Yeah, this is Hajime basically saying, like, this game is mine, don't worry, I'm going to complete the sweep for the second time. I'm going to do a double and sweep you twice this season. But this might, you know, this might end it. One hit. There's going to be two hits, and there it is. Finished off. Hajime took out Peas, he took out Haru, and he took out Solomon. Hajime is on fire today. Absolute fire.
So the electricity is running with that switch on. We did not get to see Expo Master or Jack, but they might come out for set 3, so that's a possibility.
So that is Hajime's third clean sweep this season, ending his 4-loss streak with a nice, clean, almost too easy sweep of WEDGM for the second time this season. I mean, these RGs from Solomon got absolutely nothing. And the Fisherman really didn't help much for Solomon. Just pulling those RGs into range of that tower. Sure, you slow it down, but it just wasn't enough.
Hajime had so much single target damage. Brawler, Musketeer, even the Barbarians helping out. The Skeleton distracting the backup units like the Fisherman and the Hunter sometimes. It was not enough to catch up. This matchup was going for a favorite for Hajime. Solomon needed like a perfect EQ, a massive elixir trade, massive elixir positive trade with those Heal Spirits and Fireball, which did not really connect too many times. Oftentimes the Heal Spirit can be deleted by the Bar Barrel from Hajime, so had a certainly better read, allowing him to have all 3 wins today.
Yeah, and that takes us to the 1v1. Now, if you're Fav Gaming, do you throw Hajime out again, even though he is 0-2 in terms of 1v1s?
I think he played good amount of games today, so put him on the bench and bring the fresh, not really fresh, but fresh for the day.
No, but then you got the whole thing like, you know, Hajime's warmed up, he's on fire. Do you really want to cool him down?
Depends on how long his battery lasts. You know, if he's got a
Maybe that's why he jumps out of his seat each time. He needs a quick boost in charge.
If he's got a 20k amp, 20k MAH battery, then he can keep on going. But if he doesn't have the battery bank behind him, then I think he goes back to bench and charge up. Well, there's also a big choice of either we bring Jack out or Expo Master out.
Well, the last time these two teams met, it was Higher versus Expo Master, where Expo Master won that match 2-1. So we'll see what happens here. Don't forget, WEDGM have only been bought this far twice. Once by Fav and once by Kix, whereas Fav, they've been here 4 times already. Expo Master, as I've already mentioned, did beat Higher, but lost to Nuamisa. And Hajime has come out in this spot. It is going to be Expo Master, but Hajime has come out. He's lost twice. He lost to Benzer and Lil Chen. And I missed the fact that Jack came out against Nuri, and he also lost. The only person to get a win right now is that guy on the screen. Expo Master is the only person to win a best of 3 this season for Fav Gaming.
In terms of best of 3, I think Expo Master is the best from the team.
This is an exact... Alright, this is exactly the same as the last time these two teams met.
It was
WEDGM.
a long time ago.
Yeah, this is the first game of the season. First game of the season. The 2v2 went the way of WEDGM. Then they got swept by Hajime. And then to finish it up, it was Expo Master versus Higher, where Higher lost. It's an identical match, Chikla.
With different decks, I believe.
Oh, 100%. It's not going to be like that.
And it's been a long time, but Higher this season, can't really recall Higher having massive win streaks or a real big moment for the team.
Well, he did get the sweep of TTG. That was in the first match of the second half of the season for WEDGM, but besides that, he's beaten Hui and he's beaten Geralt, but that was King of the Hill. The only time he's been in a best of 3 was against Expo Master, and there's just L's everywhere through his record. He's 5-8, 5-9 now in King of the Hill. We'll see if he can get a positive win rate in terms of this 1v1 set, as it is Expo Master against Higher to finish this match up. Both players just leaking elixir. Looks like we might be here for a while, G-Clef.
Till we get into that double elixir mark.
Is that going to be the go sign for Expo Master? Is he going to try to cycle something of his own? No, it seems he has the perfect hand that he is looking for.
Today's the day with the Expo. It's time.
No.
He has to play at least once a year.
No. That can't be. You wouldn't wait till double elixir for an Expo?
Sometimes you want to. Just to catch the opponent.
And here we go. They wait a minute, and then Hire's like, all right, time's up. Let's do this, and throws out the Skeleton Dragons from the back. And no Fireball for Expo Master to clean these up nice and easy. But the Musketeer and the Heal Spirit will do that for him.
Skull Dragon getting one shot. Splash is good.
Mega Knight. And a Mega Knight from Expo Master.
But the Fisherman pulls Mega Knight into splash damage. That's like 4.
Yeah, that is huge, huge misplay by Expo Master. Taking a considerable amount of damage that could have been completely avoided had the Fisherman been played anywhere else.
So let's see how well the Royal Hogs are going to go for Expo Master. With the Heal Spirit combination, might see very similar from Higher.
So double hugs.
That's my guess.
Yes, it's looking that way, so we'll see what comes here as the Mega Knights jump through each other. Fisherman pulls out of the way, but it looks as though, yeah, that Heal Spirit on the Musketeer cleans that up. That Musketeer lives. Ooh! Balloon from higher. Musketeer is there. Musketeer is good by Expo Master, so that's going to be cleaned up nicely, but the death damage ticking in is going to hurt in the long run because he's already taken a considerable amount of damage.
Already running away in this race. Higher did so much. And unless Expo Master pulls a really good one attack, that Mega Knight just jumping through the arena. Back and forth. Ooh. And again the balloon.
Okay, so double loon here. Is this one going to get damage in? This is kind of what Expo Master needs. He needs a card that has just explosive potential, but that potential is unrealized with this push, as only the death damage sneaks through. And Higher can just sit back, defend, and basically do that over and over again. Log, Fireball, and Heal Spirit to finish that tower down. Balloon comes in this time on the left. Is he going to be able to get anything done? The Skeleton Dragons actually are not locked onto the balloon. I think they're locked on to that Mega Knight, and that's a very healthy balloon. The Musketeer is locked on Fireball to try and save it last second, just about. It felt like everything that should have been attacking that balloon was just busy doing other things.
Mega Knight soaking so much damage. Only got the death damage because of defensive Fireball.
Fireball, that is gonna... Oh! The Musketeer. Yeah, the Musketeer was locked onto the Barbarian underneath that, but the Fireball and Musketeer, is it gonna be enough? Just about again. Expo Master desperately needs one of these balloons to connect real soon because we're down to the last 30 seconds.
Expo Master on a single rope. Can pull things, but not going to load up the balloon this time as he's looking to change up his cycle just a little with Fisherman Balloon now.
Is there. There's the Skeleton Dragons. Is the Fireball going to be down on top of them? It is. This balloon might just sneak through. No, Fireball out of existence. And it looks like Higher is going to take game one of this best of three. Higher playing that almost flawlessly, but I want to say that was Expo Master's game to throw away because all it took was one Fisherman pull of a Mega Knight in the wrong position. And after that, I mean, Higher never really extended himself. He just defended. He tried every now and then to throw a balloon in, but he didn't need to.
That one Fisherman pull brought the tower down to about 1,600?
1,200. It went down real low.
Yeah, it was, if you take that damage out, I think Expo Master also had a chance of winning here.
I need to see again. It got real low. It might have been 1,600, but I think it was a little bit lower than that. We'll see when we get into that replay, but it was just that one pull that cost Expo Master the game.
Yes,
so it's here. That Fisherman is in a bad spot. And it just chews through the Fisherman and the tower. There's your 1,600. There's your 1,400. So it was down to 1,400. And then after that, I mean, Higher never really extended it. Mega Knight chunking as much damage as possible, but Fireball Musketeer is enough to clean up a balloon. And that was basically the story of this game. Every time it was a Musketeer and a Fireball just to move the balloon out of place. And Expo Master couldn't find any way to get those balloons to connect.
And one difference was just the cage for Fisherman or Higher. But even without that Mega Knight splash, he kept it real well. He kept all the balloon away, of course, with a defensive Fireball. But still, that was good enough. He knew that he could escape with that early damage pulled by the Fisherman.
Well, we are going to go into game two. Higher takes game one of this best of three. Is going to be able to close it out and get WEDGM their first win against non-Chinese opponents. Will Expo Master bring us to a game 3? Expo Master did not look good in that one. That's for sure. That's a rookie error, having a fisherman pull like that, but it happens all too often. WEDGM have asked for a timeout. So Hire just trying to have his coach whisper sweet nothings into his ear. You can do this, buddy. We believe in you. So we'll see if that helps out.
Yeah,
what do you do if you're Hire? Like, you didn't exactly control that game.
It was sort of made from your opponent. It does happen rarely when there's a fisherman. I think this is the go sign for some weirder decks, like with some clone, bait with clone. There is a motor bait clone deck that's been going around. About the same as the regular motor bait, just without a fireball. And sometimes with a triple spell. There are still just regular goblin barrel decks with the Ice Spirit. That's also pretty powerful.
We'll see what is going to happen in this one. Oh, I don't know what Expo Master can really bring in this. Like, he lost the first game. It wasn't close. He actually misplayed, and that cost him game 1. Can he clean up his act in game 2 and take us to a game 3, or will Hire be able to complete a pretty clean day for WEDGM? They did lose, of course, the King of the Hill, but 2v2 looks solid. And if Hire takes game 2 here, definitely that 1v1 set looks solid too. I mean, Expo Master, he could play bait, which he beat AUK with.
The double bait?
Yeah. Double bait. I mean, Expo Master isn't having the greatest of seasons so far.
I mean, there are lots of versions for double bait. Even a single bait with the Goblin Barrel, with the Princess, the Skarmy, the no spell bait is also still pretty powerful.
Could be the Lava Hound Barbarians from Expo Master. He's one of the few players who consistently does pretty well with that, and it is going to be minor wall breakers for Hire straight off the bat. And Royal delivery from Expo Master. It is going to be Mortar, Cannon Cart, Graveyard most likely, with the cards shown so far.
Yeah, with the delivery.
We're just going to call it Sadow's deck. There is the Cannon Cart.
Either with skeletons or bats. Those are like the usual.
Those are the unit choices, and then there is the spell choices. Royal delivery is poison, Royal delivery arrows. We do see quite a lot of variance with this deck, and it is going to be the bats version for Expo Master.
Looking to catch the miner when you don't have a tornado can be hard to instead soak some damage.
Mortar played in an aggressive position is going to just be attracted to the knight, who's played perfect timing. Here's the graveyard though from Expo Master. How much damage is this going to do? There is the spear goblins at the back trying to get things done, and wall breakers used to just distract everything there, and that is a flawless defense from Hire.
And a whole lot more damage on the bottom right as the knight actually reached the Princess Tower, allowing a couple of hits. It was a smart choice to just burn the wall breakers, not allowing the musketeer to connect any shot.
Yeah, miner played right down underneath that tower.
Expo Master doesn't want to spend his knight, as he wants to pair up with the musketeer.
Well, he wants that knight for his graveyard with the cannon cart as well. So spending it trying to catch miner after miner is not conducive to winning this game for Expo Master. And here is a graveyard without the knight, but with the cannon cart tanking up. The bats are there. The bats are good. The mortar connects into the bomb tower. That's not going to buy any time, though. These wall breakers on the right are not going to get a connection roll delivery just in time. And again, flawless defense here from Higher. I think it took one skeleton hit.
And again, no poison coming down from Expo Master. But he had,
Fireball.
yeah, it is because he had the fireball instead, not even the arrows. There were lots of chances after when that graveyard came down.
Yeah, you would expect poison. Most times you see poison, sometimes you see the fireball. It really depends what you think your opponent's bringing. And that's why this deck has just been featured so often by a lot of the Korean players, I want to say. It's just because of its flexibility. Miner played down the back. I mean, we talk about its flexibility, but Expo Master is just not making this deck sing. And Higher is tearing him apart inch by inch.
Musketeer again loaded up, the motor on the left. And Higher just going to take those shots with the Knight. Again, the Miner comes all the way from the back, along with those wall breakers. Who wants to connect? Ooh, just before, again, the delivery is going to shut that down.
But the Miner got a lot of work done again for Higher, and I think he's just going to defend this flawlessly.
Oh, the graveyard. Even the motor placed one back, so it's not going to connect to the tower.
It's all going Pete Tong for Expo Master. 3-5-4 remaining. It looks like Higher is going to get revenge for the last time these two teams met, where Higher did lose 2-1, because it's looking as though Higher is going to win this 2-0. Fireball used by Expo Master to defend that Miner. And this is a graveyard cannon card of desperation. Will it be able to get work done? The answer is absolutely not. Higher cleans that up. This Miner is captured by the Knight, but I don't think he's going to get much more. 2:10 remaining. 2 fireballs, a fireball and a log. There's so many outs for Higher, but he's just going to defend.
And the Spirit Dart.
That's it, the Miner gets
so
a
much.
big connection. The log is there, and that is it. Higher takes game 2, takes set 3, and gets WGM their first win against a non-Chinese team. Excellent games there by Higher.
Pulls out his fist up after the win. I mean, those were some great matchups for Higher, but also great use of his cards. He cycled through, making sure that the Miner is doing some damage. And the wall breakers never really connected, but doesn't matter when you're already in such a lead. You're just forcing out another defensive card.
It was very similar to the way he played game 1, where he took an advantage and just shut up shop. He was just like, you're not going to get any extra damage. Even though Expo Master brought the graveyard, it just wasn't enough to break through the defenses here. Game 1, we can argue that Expo Master misplayed, and that's what caused Higher to win that game. But this game, you cannot deny that Higher played this almost perfect.
So deck from Expo Master, you are looking to set up a motor, maybe get that connection, but doesn't really come through. The important part is you can sneak in the cart sometimes on the left or the right, along with graveyard, making it into a game-winning push. But Higher just keeping those Spear Goblins. Because Expo Master brought Fireball, the Spear Goblins took care of most of the skeletons all the time, which basically seals your win condition.
Well, that's why you usually pair a graveyard with a poison, is because you do take out a lot of the cards that deal with graveyards all too well. And I think that change might have made that game very different, but your MVP is Higher. 4 wins, 2 losses on the day. And we'll be back after a very short break. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back for the third and final match of tonight. It is going to be Talon versus Nova. Battle of the mid-tables. Nova 5-5, Talon 5-4. Talon do have played an extra game compared to everyone else in the league. And this will put them at 11 matches this season.
Nova?
Yeah, Nova have played 10 already.
Yes.
This is their 11th. Everyone else is on 8 or 9. So they've played more.
Yeah, soon they will play a little less. And pretty sure they're not playing tomorrow.
I don't. Oh, wait, I do have the sheet. They do not play tomorrow.
Yes. So for the rest, they have a match to catch up. But Nova, they just escaped from a 3-loss streak.
Well, CRS absolutely slapped Team Timing. So, I mean, will we see him again tonight? Because he slapped Team Timing.
Remember at the beginning of the season, CRS came out for a few matches only, and then he disappeared?
Well, CRS slapped Kicks, right? He absolutely obliterated Kicks. And then he lost to KK. Then he disappeared for a little bit. The first time Nova played Timing, he did play that 1v1 set. He played the best of 3 where he lost to Nuri 1-2. And then he comes out for the revenge. He gets the sweep. He slapped Nuri, Greed, then Sado, and it was just a massacre.
I would like to see CRS play some 2v2, just like how TTG is handling. One of their player on stage and
the famous kid.
And famous kid.
Famous
online.
kid Nuamisa. Yeah, it's done pretty good. Faltering 2 teams who will be the first to achieve 6. Yeah, Nova beat 1-2-0 last time round, as I mentioned. CRS. Oh no, wait, Talon? Let me just double check who beat Talon. Actually, that was really close. LCUP closed it out with 2 wins. He did beat Geralt, and then he beat Blizzard. And CRS is 6-1 in King of the Hill, whereas LCUP is 9-3. A lot of Talon success does lie on their 2v2, who are 7-2. Lion and One Crown are 7-2 this season.
That's what I was saying. Against Brad and Reiki. Yeah, Lion and One Crown having one of the best results, bringing some. They're leading. I think they're leading the trend in 2v2. Still leading the trend. Brad and Reiki Jones, they're not leading in trend, but they're just solid and good with all the decks that they bring, especially Lava and Graveyard. With the spell use is just clutch with the teamwork. But what Talon is bringing to the table is something new, something fresh. Not all the time. Of course, you can't just have new things all the time going around, but solid with what they had before, and with some clone decks, with some unique bait decks. And that has been grabbing some more wins for them. That's why they're having this much of a success in the season.
Well, the last time these 2 teams met, AUK and LCUP were Lion and One Crown's opponents, and it ended 2-1 to Nova. So Nova did win that 2v2. Then they won, obviously, the King of the Hill. It's going to be tough, definitely, for Talon. This is probably one of the tougher matchups because you never know which Nova's going to turn up.
Yeah, they have a lot of different duos.
It's not just that. It's just like Nova are very hot and cold. They either play phenomenally and absolutely destroy their opponents, or they get walked. It's a really interesting thing with Nova. It's like, it's Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde. You know what I mean? It's like one side or the other. It depends who turns up. As you can see, Talon do have a slightly better record, 5-4, 78% win rate in 2v2, whereas the King of the Hill and 1v1 win rates go to Nova. Key players, Lion and LCUP. 100% agree with Lion, especially in 2v2. He plays really, really well. But in terms of King of the Hill, he is 7-6. Blizzard is 5-5, and Geralt is 4-8. So they really have struggled with that King of the Hill set. They haven't really managed to solidify how strong their 2v2 is. Their 2v2, phenomenal. Their King of the Hill, they get lucky.
Yeah, because towards the beginning, Lion was supposed to be their backbone, which was not the case for many of their games, and it was actually Geralt getting some wins, Blizzard getting more wins than Lion, and then recently Lion was doing well until the end of the first season, but not as much in the second round robin.
Yeah, well, as you can see, 15-8. They have played a hell of a lot of games together, and obviously they're coming out this time. Lion and One Crown, the 2v2 duo, just setting up the side cam there to make sure that everything is above board, that all hands can be seen. Making sure that it's working correctly. And here we have AUK and Elsiop, who there are many eyes on them as they are in a live studio audience with a referee standing right behind them.
And Mercy. And it is AUK Elsiop. I thought they were going to use a lot more Little Chen because we haven't been seeing Little Chen as much. Only in some of set 3 was where Little Chen was getting some good and bad results.
Little Chen is not having the greatest of seasons. I can see why they wouldn't try to put him in that 2v2, because in 2v2 he's 1-3. Play with Elsiop, and when AUK and Elsiop actually play really well together, and then Elsiop, Little Chen, not so much.
Expo banned from Nova Esports. I like it. It's a respectable ban. And Giant Skeleton.
What the Expo ban says to me is AUK and Elsiop are looking to take to the skies. They're looking to go Lava Hound Loon, or just basically anything up in the air, because the Expo the Expo decks we've been seeing in 2v2 have been absolutely phenomenal, and they get the matchup. When they get the matchup, there's nothing if you're Lava Hound, double Lava Hound against double Expo, what do? G-Clip? You just press that home button, put the phone down, come back 5 minutes later, because you have lost.
3 minutes later.
I know.
Easy. Or even before then, 2v2 usually, you know what happens when there's a teammate that leaves the match?
You throw up the white flag emoji.
So pretend like you still have double the member by playing a lot of cards, at least for 10 seconds.
All right, so it is Cage played in the center.
But that allows for a tornado. But without the Giant Skeleton, which is usually paired up with that tornado when it's allowed. Oh, and still Talon thinking about their ice slow.
Ooh, RG coming down the right-hand side. Fisherman's going to pull it into the center.
For the jump of the Mega Knight.
2 hits. Lightning comes in and cleans up most of that. The Mega Knight continues.
So they already show the Lightning. The rest of the Cage HP eats the jump. So not too bad for Talon as they got chipped. They have the lightning chip damage in the tower.
2026 there. How are they going to stop this Mega Knight? They do have double cage, so another cage, and it is Ram Rider from Nova. So they need the cage. They don't, just in time, just managed to get back to it, but this Ram Rider is going to get a couple of hits in. A cage play deep at the back. I think
that's a misplaced cage.
I think it's because they both tried to play it in the same spot, and that might be the closest spot that it could go in. I'm not sure.
So, different guess, but I think he placed it way too early, thinking that the first cage would be destroyed, and then it just popped to the bottom instead.
Well, whatever it is dead now, and we can forget about it. RG played down the right. Fisherman is there again. Cage from Nova is going to make it a little bit hard, but that Ram Rider has no chance of reaching the tower. No shots.
Yeah, Fisherman took the damage. Oh, look at that spawn from Mega Knight. Nova trying to have a massive push this time. Both of the heal spirits gone.
And lightning from Nova cleaning up, and that tower is out of there. That was a switch that was just turned on right now, and now they're just turning the screws and piling on the hurt as they're going for 3 crowns. no mercy right now.
Snowball Lumberjack is going to keep them alive, but barely alive.
Will Nova go for the jugular and try for the 3 crown? No, they're going to actually try to defend here. Lightning comes in, but it's not going to be enough for Talon as they take a rare defeat here. As game 1 goes the way of AUK and LCUP, who together, I believe, have a 100% win rate.
Do they?
Yeah, they beat Lionel 1 crown the first time round, and they beat Sado and Greed. So they've only played together twice. 2 wins, almost flawless wins. So we'll see how game 2 goes. Game 1 was an absolute slapping by Nova though.
Yeah, with a slight mistake from Talon, but bringing their own lightning when they have Ram Rider. Another use was the Zap, which LCF loves to play, forcing a connection. A Snowball Lightning and the log push has been just absolutely insane. Those spawn damage from the Mega Knight chopping down most of what's crossing the bridge from Talon saved them a lot of elixir. So that was going to be the hard push. I think at least 1 crown was thinking about pulling the Ram Rider with the Tornado, but I think he had less elixir, so he couldn't use it at the perfect timing.
Yeah, it's interesting. The division of labor in Talon's side doesn't seem really fair. It seemed like 1 crown was doing a bit too much. Listen to how calm Nova are right now.
Are you sure they're playing on 2v2? Yeah, I think 1 crown tried to, or Line tried to have the cage down immediately after one another.
Slight mistiming.
Lightning.
Listen how calm they are. Is that
if I do the translation, okay. Okay, we want Lumberjack for more damage. Do you want 3 crown? Yes, I do.
Don't even try. Don't even try.
I don't know Chinese.
No, but that level of calmness comes from 2v2 players who are absolute veterans of this game. LCUP and AUK, they got a little, like, the volume increased, but they definitely did not, you know, jump all in. They tempered their emotions. They kept it down. Just like, yeah, all right, let's take that tower. It's no big deal. Incredible play by them in that game. Let's see if they can continue it into game 2, which will be beginning real short.
Yeah, unless we had a timeout from the referee, it doesn't seem like we had a timeout going into game 2. But for Talon against the Ram Rider Mega Knight,
what do you do if you are Talon?
Bring some P.E.K.K.A. or mini P.E.K.K.A. What happened to mini P.E.K.K.A. there?
It's still around.
It's still around. Not in my decks. Not in many people's decks.
I think it's fallen out of favor for the Musketeer, mostly. I think the Musketeer just fills its role a bit too easily with a couple of distraction cards, skeletons. I think it's just kind of pushed mini P.E.K.K.A. out of the way a little bit. Also, Hunter Fisherman is just a much more effective mini P.E.K.K.A. Obviously for more elixir, but you get more versatility.
I was happy that mini P.E.K.K.A. is finally in the meta, which it has never been, basically.
There was that time where everyone was playing Goblin Giant Sparky with the mini P.E.K.K.A. Rage. But those days are kind of far behind us. And here is Nova's. All right, Lava Hound, an Inferno.
The barbs are good and no poison.
Let's see how they defend that. That is perfect.
And EU is to reset Inferno. But the lava still continues to 45 at a time. Even the lightning.
Yeah, and I think this might be tower down again. The pups are gonna just pop open on top of that Goblin Cage. The Goblin Brawler is gonna die in the heel.
The heel spirit.
That's huge. Tornado again, but it's not gonna be enough. That tower is dead.
Let me just give me a second. Check mark. Game 2 for Nova Esports. Okay, I'm
wow. Nova have picked apart One Crown and Line and made this what is a great 2v2 duo look like complete amateurs so far.
Not just with the Ewiz Musketeer, it's just that Nova picking 100% the right target with that lightning. Just take out anti-air, and our lava survives forever.
Yeah, and like, the graveyard is a good idea, but the barbs are there. We talked about it before. This is why barbs are in this deck, is just in case your opponent does decide to go heavy ground, the barbs can just chunk away at everything. And that lava in the pocket basically seals the deal here. Freeze comes down to try and defend. Is it going to be enough?
Flying Machine is survives again after the freeze.
That's 2 towers. Is it going to be a 3 crown? Line and 1 crown seem very happy to deny Nova Esports a 3 crown opportunity here.
Got the freeze down, but they can't really do too much. The last 20 seconds. Double graveyard in defense.
Defensive double graveyard is not going to be good enough, but it might just save him from being 3 crowned. You can see AUK and LCOP are just like, this is time.
And lightning against the skeletons as AUK is having a smile.
That's actually really important for Talon as well, because Line especially features heavily in King of the Hill, and after 2 heavy losses like that, they have to have fun. They have to get that like good feeling, because if he goes into that King of the Hill negatively, Talon really will struggle. But that was just an absolute, that was a curbstone.
I wish we had the highlight for the King Tower defense.
Double graveyard lightning.
That would be the next level production. With humor.
All right, so Nova Esports basically had the perfect Lava Hound deck. We were talking when Expo was banned that we thought it was going to mean that Nova were going to take to the skies. And in game 2, that's what they did. And Talon didn't seem to read the room well enough, deciding to go for a graveyard. It's pretty good, but there are barbs. I mean, what could Nova have done if the barbs were out of sight? Dark Prince. How would Talon win this?
And lightning to charge up that Iron Man. Musketeer, Ewiz. And without those 2 cards, there's not much for Talon.
No.
Their Skeleton Dragon just went down to the Fireball.
They also have no Elixir. The Heal Spirit even gets a big connection on the Baby Dragon. They waste that 3 Elixir there. I feel like saving that 3 Elixir might have helped a little bit. They could have pushed down the other side. They could have, used that Elixir offensively instead of wasting it. But, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. No, AUK and LCOP just absolutely walk through Talon.
That pocket lava was pretty good.
Taking all the aggro from the King Towers. Freeze comes down, but even that's not enough to stop that. The Flying Machine survives. That takes out the tower. The Baby Dragon's there just for bad measures. The Inferno Dragon connects, and they throw down the Lightning. Then they throw down 2 graveyards on the defense against the Lava Hound, because when you're already down 2 towers and there's like 20 seconds left, why not?
Why not? Or they could have just had naked graveyard left and right and freeze.
See what happens.
See what happens if they're defending one side, freeze the other side.
That's considered the hailest of Hail Marys. Like, that's desperation tactics. Just throwing down 2 graveyards and then going, all right, we'll freeze that one and hope we get a tower down at least.
Hope for no defense from Nova Esports to spare at least for a 1 crown. That feeling when you already lose 2 towers, I'm talking 1v1.
Yeah.
And like, come on, guys. The
I
gold
need this
rush
tower.
is there. I need this 1 tower for my gold. And then the opponent plays it seriously until the last second.
Those people. Those people, man.
Man.
Competitive integrity. Those people, man. Those
they
people.
have competitive integrity.
That's the point, you know. They have it, and what's the point, man? Just accept to lose one king, one tower.
Humanity is what we're looking for.
All right, King of the Hill. And as you can see, CRS is now #1 in terms of win percentage, 85.7. As I said, he slapped kicks and slapped timing and lost the KK. Whereas Mugi is there, and Elsiop is up there too. Look at that. 85, 75, 57, 57, 50. And only Little Chen sitting below that 50% mark. Whereas on Talon, Tale of Two Cities, we have Line 53, Blizzard at 50, and then Geralt, one of the most inconsistent members on Talon, 4 and 8.
And again, you do have Geralt to go up first, and then probably line Blizzard or Blizzard line. That's the Talon way. But I think Nova have just found the answer against Talon.
Yeah, it seems like Nova have read them like a book. It is going to be D King. D King is no slouch. He swept away Team Timing earlier on this season. So the Korean teams, Nova actually read the Korean teams really well. The two, well, I say Talon are a Korean team. They're mostly, they're all Korean players, but they're not exactly, the org is not Korean, right?
The org is from South, yeah, SCA, I believe.
Well, we'll see what happens here. D King is up against Geralt. Take a look at the decks that they've played once I get that piece of paper out.
And D King hasn't been showing up as much.
No, his last match was against Ponos in the first half of the season where he lost to Jack.
Same case for Rain. I've seen Rain's face some, not much, only showing up a couple in first half and second half.
Well, we'll see what happens here. It is D King versus Geralt. Geralt is 4 and 8. D King is 4 and 3. D King all kill Team Timing and beat Rad, and has lost the famous kid Mugi and Jack. Whereas Geralt, there's a lot of L's in his list, but he has beaten Rain, he beat Yuya, beat Icelaw, and beat Wonga.
And with what? Just a mirror matchup?
It's looking that way. I mean, the thing is, these two cards do appear in quite a few decks.
Only
maybe there's a couple of, like, mostly RGs. But there might be variants elsewhere in these decks.
Only about 7 to 8 archetypes.
Mega Knight.
Oh, is it the balloon again?
It's definitely looking that way. Musketeer played at the back for Geralt. Does he know what he might be up against here? So it could be balloon. It could be.
Because we had a lot more recruits just a few weeks ago, and then now. Yeah, still recruit balloon is still a thing, but we're slowly changing into Mega Knight because of the spawn damage.
So we'll see what Geralt decides to throw on the ends of this. Expecting balloons, but you know, you never know. Weirder things have happened. There are the Hogs. So the Hogs gonna get into the tower. They are. How much damage are they gonna get? Keep going. Musketeer played for D King, using the last of his elixir, so if Geralt has anything else that could go down that left-hand side, I mean, that would have been a window of opportunity right there.
Those Hogs were trained well. Getting a whole lot more than we thought.
Yeah, it didn't even have a heal spirit behind it, but we'll see. Okay, Bar Barrel played up front, the Musketeer is going to go down, and the Recruits played at the back. We're going to eat decent amount of Mega Knight jump damage, unless something is played in the middle. Fireball to take out the skeletons. Skeleton dragons, I should say. Heal Spirit to heal back up the Recruits, but the Recruits are going to fall to that splash damage. One stab in on the left.
It's Geralt actually holds a pretty nice control because of these recruits doing well, but once that big body jumps on top, so that's the reason why Geralt loaded up the Skeleton Dragon on the left.
That pushes one recruit into the tower. The other one has to go for a bit of a walk, and the Fisherman pulls it out of the way. 18-28, and it is going to be Hogs versus Hogs. Fireball comes down. And does eat a Musketeer shot to the tower, so Geralt is now slightly behind by about 100.
Yeah, but not too bad, as that could have been a lot worse. It was clean enough that Geralt did not take too much damage. Now how does he, where does he, oh. Loading the Hogs immediately.
Ooh, the Mega Knight came down a little bit too soon for the Bard Barrel to take out the Heal Spirit, so the Hogs got a nice bump in health. So 13-13 for Geralt, and Cage comes down to distract the Hogs of D-King. But they still get through into the tower, and there's 3 of them, and that tower is now down below 1,000 hit points.
Geralt's looking to push a little bit more, defensive fireball, but the Heal Spirit right before.
The Heal Spirit actually got off on that Barbarian from the Barbarian barrel, and again, Geralt takes a slight lead from the same interaction as last time.
Looking to load up the recruits with the Musketeer. That has been one big push.
There's the Heal Spirit. Mega Knight's there again, and the Heal Spirit is clutch. And that might just be tower down. One Hog left. It won't be tower down this time round, so Geralt still has to defend. Hopefully he hasn't overextended himself. He cleans that up relatively nicely. 3:15 remains against 7:56. There is no building there. Fireball is enough, and a Hog hit, and Geralt takes his 5th win of the season against Deacon.
With recruits and Royal Hog. And there were many chances where Geralt could have had a recruit set up, but after having a few solid defense, he said, okay, I can actually load my Royal Hog. D-King's not using a fireball for my Hog, but using it to have the spawn damage. So if there's a spawn damage, then my Heal Spirit's gonna heal them back up, so I have more chances of getting much more damage done.
Geralt really did time those Heal Spirits right. You're right. Like, the Mega Knight comes down and the Heal Spirit doesn't get caught up in that, like, enter the arena damage, and it heals them back up, even though they had like a slither of health. They're back up to near full. The one time that didn't happen, when it wasn't a Mega Knight, it was a Bard Barrel. Again, it was timed to perfection. The Heal Spirit connects into the Barbarian before it dies, healing up the Royal Hogs. Geralt's Heal Spirit play was just really on point today.
And the Fisherman loses a lot of his power when the recruits are on the other side.
So here, bam! Just like that, everything is healed back up because the Mega Knight did not catch the Heal Spirit in its
look at the Heal Spirit on the right here.
Ability.
So what's just caught? Geralt used his own spirit to draw those spirits to the side so that the Hogs do not receive the heal, and also better cycle and control of those Heal Spirit overall for Geralt, leading into a win. So off to a great start. Talon needed that win after losing 2v2.
Yeah, they definitely do. And can Geralt continue his win and maybe even sweep the team? Maybe get 2? 2 would be huge for Talon.
3 would be
a dream.
He's gonna have some pretty good beef.
But
right,
this is the thing,
match, if he gets 3.
The thing with Geralt is he is an incredible player, but he is wildly inconsistent.
He was supposed to be the Mugi for the team.
Back when he was first introduced, yeah, he was always at the top of ladder. His ladder name at the time was Mogun Quan, I believe. And then he changed it to Geralt when it came into the league, when he joined CRL. And he's been up and down, and CRS is coming out. All right, CRS. The guy has 2 sweeps. Can he sweep through Geralt and co today? Or will he go down and make a nice little pattern? WWWL. WWWL.
We'll see as CRS let's get a lot of win for the team. Does have a lot of Royal Giant play. Doesn't really go outside of the normal meta decks, but still he's solid enough. And he makes it work. Of course, can be a little sleepy from that time zone.
Yeah, the time zone is an absolute killer right now for someone like CRS who is based in the US.
Yeah, as someone living in Korea, living in US time zone right now, I know how tired it can be, how tiring it can be.
Waking up at 3, yeah. It's rough waking up at like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, regardless of what time zone.
I've been waking up at 1 a.m. for the last week.
Congratulations.
For the last week, and my body is not functioning as well. Of course, there's the age too, but disregarding that, you need to receive some sunlight.
Yeah, well, CRS is young. He has energy in reserves.
Hey, what you talking?
You're old, dude. You're an old man right now. We can see the support for Nova in the audience.
Support.
Always a popular Chinese team. Nova have been around the mobile scene forever. I think they were the first esports org for mobile gaming exclusive. Well, I wouldn't be wrong in saying that, I don't think. They are one of the OGs.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
And they have their fingers in everybody.
Since COC. Maybe even before that. I don't exactly know how long they've been around, but ever since the beginning of what I remember from Supercell. They're always there.
Well, we'll see what happens in this one as CRS and Geralt go head to head. Geralt got a rare win, and it is going to be Hog Rider from Geralt this time around. A bomb tower is there for CRS. What is he bringing with it, G-Clef?
So regular graveyard with the bomb tower. Yeah, with Knight Musketeer, Baby Dragon. So when you see the Knight, it gives you a lot of hints what it's going to be.
I mean, Knight appears in quite a few decks, though. It doesn't always mean graveyard.
Yeah, but graveyard is number 1.
Yeah,
100%. Hog is like number 3 or 4.
We'll see, there is the EQ. Geralt expecting the bomb tower. No bomb tower played. And here we go. Graveyard.
Dun, dun, dun.
A little bit late.
He had Elixir though.
Yeah, I think just trying to time out, try to feel what his opponent, to see if his opponent would overreact.
Maybe just to get better timing with poison. He ended up doing a lot. With after Knight going down, the Baby Dragon still soaked a lot of Princess Tower damage. That's enough, more than enough for soaking 2 Hog Rider hits.
Well, I mean, imagine if before you put down the graveyard, Geralt put down those goblins, and you'll take that exchange any day. You'd probably just wait until the next time round, but here we go. Knight coming in. Is the Hog Rider going to make an appearance soon? Bomb tower from Geralt, so it's not going to be the Inferno Tower with this one. There you go. Goblins dropped right into the poison.
Defensive log doing okay, but the skeletons did a whole lot of damage. The Musketeer goes down to the bomb tower.
Rider gets no damage in, just the EQ damage.
And mostly for Geralt, it will be the EQ damage. That's why CRS is taking this slower. And that's exactly when Geralt just logs EQs with nothing else.
CRS throws down a poison with no graveyard. The heal spirit will heal that Musketeer all the way back up. EQ comes down from Geralt. And right now it's just Musketeers spawning left, right, and center.
Looking to put that death damage.
Oh, and again, CRS just cycles all the way back to his poison. And Geralt drops those goblins straight in the middle of it.
Yeah,
and he has to.
Has to. There's nothing else. He can have a Knight, but it's not as fast. A lot of the skeletons are going to do work. So here's one big push. Smart bomb tower choice.
Yeah, the bomb tower played way up high, but that Hog Rider is kind of healthy. One hit, is it going to be 2? No, just shy of 2 hits, 4-3-4.
The Geralt can cycle this out, so this might be the final graveyard from CRS.
Depends how well Geralt does deal with
no poison this time, so the goblins do. Oh, the skeletons! Good spawn! As the goblins go in front.
CRS doing what CRS does best, and that's get that W up on the board. Geralt drops in game 2. But that was... I don't know if I'm overthinking this. I probably am. But CRS, the first time he put the graveyard down, it was kind of late, right? Then he didn't. He threw down the poison kind of a little bit after the graveyard comes down, once the graveyards had spawned. He spotted where Geralt liked to play those goblins and poisoned that spot time after time. Maybe the first couple of exchanges were just reading Geralt's habits.
And I think CRS wanted not just the goblins, if possible, look for the placement of the Musketeer too. But Musketeer never really came down.
I mean, just eating away at that tower. I mean, Geralt just took way too much damage, and there was, as you said, there was nothing he could do. If they were spear goblins, sure. But those are normal, regular goblins. How do you defend a graveyard with only the Musketeer? It's hard.
Yeah, graveyard. Graveyard is just one. All you're doing is looking for the timing. It doesn't matter as much. It's just off to the side of the tower. But what matters the most is how much do you actually get from the poison. Do you have the Musketeer locked with the tower, or how much? What else is in that poison, and how much worth you're actually getting, so that your graveyard is at least trading, getting some damage done, plus you're removing some of the counterattack that would come right after. I think that's the reason why CRS was waiting for late graveyard timing and also a later poison. But Geralt never really played a Musketeer nearby, just trusting his goblins and throwing down a log, and not much after.
Yeah, Line takes the place of Geralt, so we'll see what Line can do. Line is already 0-2 on the day. 0 crowns, I believe. Because Nova Esports absolutely took Line and 1 crown to the cleaners in that first 2v2 set. So we'll see if Line can regain some of that winning charm of his. Let me just check out the decks. The last time round he did play Hog Rider with the EQ, that deck that we just saw. He has played the Mortar bait deck that's been knocking around, and he's also played minor wall breakers in the last 3 games, but those have all been L's. The last time he won, he played Expo against Expo Master. That was the last time that Line got a victory.
So if you expect some Expos,
well, that was
CRS might bring some giant decks. Or RG.
What, sorry?
What were you going to say?
No, what were you saying?
If you're expecting an Expo, I think CRS can go back to his RG.
I don't think Line will bring an Expo against CRS in this, because that was the 3rd game of a sweep. He already beat Hajime, he already beat Jack, and then I think just to, you know, twist that knife a little bit, he played Expo against Expo Master. I don't think he'll bring it now, and judging by the cards played, those are not Expo cards, are they?
No, they are not.
Be a weird Expo deck if it was.
We've seen some weird Expo decks.
We have. Not going to say it, I know you're thinking it.
Not going to say a word. Fisherman. Oh, Mega Knight locked. But the Barb will take care of the Musketeer, so no worries.
Yeah, and the cage will just distract everything. The Iwa is there just resetting that Mega Knight, so it does not have a clue what it is doing. And the Hogs come down on the left. There is a Baby Dragon. There is no Fireball in hand.
Yep, Bar Barrel was just used again for that Musketeer, so good timing for CRS.
That green Goblin Brawler gets a couple of hits, and the Ewiz as well, and Line gets a chunk of damage on that top right tower. And I mean, CRS has to let this Baby Dragon go. He can't really afford to use the Elixir to defend here.
Double fish slap. And we're talking more than 1,000 damage for both players within the first minute half.
Yeah, it's been a very defenseless game so far.
You go there, I go here. Let's see who wins.
Ewiz again getting that forking damage onto the tower. And 728, and the RG is going to get pulled in by that Fisherman, and that tower is
down.
out.
And Lion will actually keep the tower alive.
And he activates his King Tower. This is looking like game, set, and match for Lion right now. Mega Knight play deep in the back for CRS. He's got a lot of work ahead of him in the next 40 seconds if he's going to stay in this game.
Can get that cage in. And not really concerned about the right side. King Tower is going to help take care of that Barbarian. Mega Knight's already gone. Musketeer down. And that's a problem for CRS as he's got 20 seconds only.
Yeah, I think this is it. Hail Mary time for CRS. If his last card is Graveyard, now would be the time to play it, because that would be the Hail Mary, but the Hogs are going to get distracted by the Goblin Cage in that center. Fireball is the last card, and that, I think, is that. CRS goes down to Line.
And that Mega Knight is going to follow RG forever.
And that concludes game 3. Well, as I said, the only card that probably could have got CRS the win there is if he had a real random Graveyard at the end. Because there is no way he was getting damage connected. Line was just too closed, I would say. Like, he just shut the doors at some point. They exchanged damage at the beginning, and then Line was like, yeah, I'm done playing games.
Yeah, he had a building and the Fisherman that could go against. Fisherman also goes pretty well against the Mega Knight. It kills the jump. And even Hog activating the King Tower was a cool play.
Unnecessary, but cool.
He already had most of the gameplay.
So this is the exchanging of damage here very early on.
The Heal Spirit doing so much for Line.
That Brawl again and a few big green fists into that tower, and then this was basically Signed Sealed delivered. RG pulled into the tower. I mean, CRS had so much Elixir. He had to let that tower go. He had to try and take a tower, but he didn't really commit either way. Like, he had a decision, like, to either defend the RG or to help support his Hogs, and he chose neither. He chose to let the RG finish the tower on one end and let his Hogs fizzle out on the other, and would that be a little bit of indecision, maybe? There wasn't much he could do.
Yeah, it came down to less options, so he couldn't really do too much. And in terms of that matchup, what CRS could have pushed for was maybe Hogs first, and then the Mega Knight. But in the initial trade, the Brawler E-Wizard just did a little too much on the right. Which means that if CRS focuses on the left only, the right tower is going down. So that's why CRS went down after that initial big exchange favoring Line. Now AUK is back on stage to take things back for Nova Esports and possibly finish the match in set 2.
He will need to take Game 4 and Game 5 for that to happen, as he is the last man standing on Nova Esports. Game 4 is going to be Line versus AUK. And AUK has actually had a mixed bag of starts, but he has played quite a few different things. He's played Balloon, he's played Royal Giant, he's played Royal Hogs, he's played Graveyard. He mixes it up, and that is important at this stage of the season where there is so much data on most of these players that you kind of can't guess what they're going to play. Line, on the other hand, brings.
Compared to how well AUK played in TTG last season,
oh yeah,
he's not showing up to the level where he had
well,
control of a lot of those meta decks and made it look like he was the only one at his level and everyone else below him.
That's true, but he is 4-3 of the season. So he doesn't have a losing record, but he doesn't have the record we would expect from AUK based on his performance. As you said, he dominated with TTG last season.
He carried the team. But of course, Nova Esports right now having lots of carries.
Yeah, he doesn't need to come out half as often and doesn't really need to carry the team as much, but he needs to carry them today if they're going to finish this in 2 sets. It is going to be Nova AUK looking to take game 4 away from Lion, who has set point in his sights.
More Royal Hogs.
Could be RGs.
Zappy's Graveyard for AUK.
Fireball taking out 2 of them. Is Fisherman going to get a healthy connection? There
or
is
3 Muskies.
the Ice Golem. Ice Golem Zappies.
With the Musketeer, maybe not. With Zappies, I've seen few combinations. The Royal Hogs, 3 Musketeers, and some recruits.
Trying to think what would fit. This is going to be
more Zappies with Graveyard. I think it just
with
comes
the Cannon Cart Graveyard. It's going to be interesting to see when he does finally decide to throw something else down, as these Zappies are just going to make that Fisherman's life a living hell. And 1 survives just to get 1 zap into the tower. And then
it does about 100 damage at a time. Still, the attack speed is quite slow. If it's any faster, it's going to be zapped forever.
Yeah, the old Zappies that used to just stun lock everything. Those are the days, my friend. Cannon Cart play deep at the back. The 2 brawlers meet each other in the middle. One is healed up, the other is not. The Musketeer is pulled across the bridge. That's going to spell kind of bad news for AUK's defensive troops.
And that Fisherman pulls so much. And of course, Zappies, another Fireball bait tool.
Does cross the bridge. Now it's going to be in range if it can finish that Fisherman off in time, but it is not going to be able to do that.
And the Musketeer not in Princess Tower, so needs an extra help from the Barb Barrel.
AUK just leaking quite a bit of elixir there, and Line now doing the same.
Yeah, pretty sure he thought about right side.
There's the Graveyard from AUK. Baby Dragon played at the back. Barb Barrel goes through, but only catches 1 skeleton from that Graveyard spawn, but it's going to be enough to defend here as everything gets cleaned up. And there finally is the first RG for Lion, and is this going to be the surgical RG that gets damage done? It does not.
Yeah, with the cage and zap, already Cannon Cart. UK's got a not bad defense.
This Fisherman just pulling everything in. And here is the RG. Does AUK have what it takes to defend here? Throws down that Cannon Cart, but the Fisherman is there. The Brawler is connected. 1 hit from the RG. The Fisherman in the back for Line isn't going to get as much value as some of the other Fishermen, but it doesn't matter. It's still well defended. Lion is holding this like an absolute madman right now.
And AUK's not finding answers to put down that Graveyard. Maybe he's going to try it on the left this time. That's why Lion loads up an E-Wiz, and then he immediately switches to the right.
Fisherman's going to pull all that in, and the Graveyard actually is getting a decent amount of work done, but the E-Wiz is there to just slow everything down. The Zappies, there's 1 Zappy that is left, gets 1 minor zap in. And Line still has the lead. 400 points in the lead as we go down into the last 30 seconds of this game. And there is a graveyard for AUK. Is it going to be enough? The poison is there. The skeletons are not spawning favorably for him as the E-Wiz is making that also a living hell. That fireball value is absolutely insane.
Getting most of the ground units, and two fishermen against the graveyard. Not that great, but still good enough to take the damage. 5 seconds left. And with that fireball, I think Lion has done it.
As indeed. And Line takes out AUK, and that is game and set for Talon's Line, and we're gonna go down to a 1v1.
Oh yes. And who is it going to be from Nova?
CRS?
Little Chen?
Little Chen has come out, but I don't know how many lives he's going to have left. He did beat Hajime and lost the light, so it could be possible. Nova Esports have also put out CRS in that 1v1 slot, but man, 2 RGs from Line. He just controlled it beginning to end.
And lots of damage was chipped in from the fireball.
He was on point. It was like an absolute sniper. As soon as that musketeer was in range of the tower, you're like, pew! Fireball comes in, takes it out. And the fishermen from Line were just getting everything they needed to done.
Yes, they did so much work. The Zappies.
And that baby dragon healed up, gets a couple more hits in, but the fisherman usage from Line and just the value he was getting from those fireballs each and every time was just absolutely unreal. And I mean, the thing is with the E-Wiz, you just have something that can shut down a graveyard pretty well. The barb barrels were never really necessary to defend that.
You're always throwing down fireball for Zappies, Musketeer. AUK was potentially looking to use graveyard on the left, and then Line immediately after feeling it, just an E-Wiz, making sure, and then after the graveyard before the graveyard he would keep that bar barrel just in case. Yes, I think AUK was trying to win the mind game right there, but lost against Line. Line had solid defense.
Yep. Do you throw Line out again if you're Talon?
Yes. Why not? Unless Blizzard is feeling, oh, I can play better than him today. Yeah, so Line and for Nova.
Both Line and Blizzard are 0-1 in terms of 1v1. They both lost 0-2 as well. So not the greatest. Like, being in this set is good. You're still in this match, but the run of form in these 1v1s definitely does not favor Talon whatsoever.
And for Nova, you can put out anyone. Basically, D-King, Rain, LCOP, AUK.
But we say that in terms of 1v1 sets, they are 1 and 2. Little Chen is 1-1, and CRS is 0-1. So in terms of these 1v1 matches, we don't see them much, unless you're Kicks. Clearly, 6-1 for Light. But we don't see them much. But when we do, it always asks difficult questions of the teams. Who do you send out? Like, Talon has 0% win rates everywhere, but those are only one set. 0-2s. These are game scores here. And on the other side, Nova Esports, they don't have a exactly winner right there. Little Chen, maybe, you said, but I think CRS might be a good shout. It is going to be Line versus LCOP. All right. Nova Esports are taking no more prisoners. They throw out their nuclear bomb. That is LCOP, a legend of the scene. LCOP, he's been around since the very beginning of Clash Royale esports. The guy is an absolute monster, has some of the most impressive stats you will see, but hasn't really shown it, hasn't really been in the greatest of forms this last year. Historically though, CRL China, going back, I think it was in CCGS as well. He absolutely slapped people, right?
He was always having the same hair, always with the similar play style. But why now? I thought they were going to put a lot more other players, not just LCUp.
No, I think, well, LCUp has never played this 1v1 set. So it might just be time to let him at it and see how he performs and monitor his performance against a team that Talon cannot, a team that Nova cannot afford to lose to. Nova cannot, 100% cannot afford to lose to Talon tonight.
Yeah, not today if they want to stay up top.
Like, they've had a gradual slip of Nova, because there was at one point where they were challenging Ponos.
Yeah, they were up on second place.
Was it 5-1?
Don't exactly remember how many wins that they had, but it was just one loss, one win away from taking first.
Yeah, and then
then that's when they started to lose 3 in a row.
Yeah. Well, it is gonna be Line and LCUp. We can see that Talon are having a couple of internet issues, it seems, with that camera. It just seems to be stuttering every now and then, but...
No, Line's teleporting around. Stopping time. And we're all stuck. By the way, the reason why it's taking just a little bit more is because Nova has... The team Nova Esports asked for a 1-minute timeout. Before we get into the set number 3.
What do you think they'd be talking about in a timeout before the matches start?
I think just spell checks. That's the key. Win condition and just spell checks. Depending on your opponent, you can't really change the entire... You can, but I think you're concerned a lot more about your spells. So scale drag, is it going to be a mirror match?
It could be. It could be a normal motorcycle. It could be pretty much anything right now. There is double barrel from Line. Royal delivery does come down for LCUp.
With more bait. Line does have to place a lot of his troops carefully, especially against that mortar.
This is the Sado deck, right?
I think so.
Mortar, cannon cart, skeletons, delivery. We'll see what else he brings with this one. But it will be a graveyard as the finishing card for LCUp. Barrel comes right at the front. The Knight does catch one, but stabs LCUp. And is at 2065.
So with the bomb tower, skeletons, does he have the Dark Goblin? Yes, he does. And poison all the way in the back.
Yeah, the poison is LCUp's weapon of choice with this. We saw this deck with Fireball earlier. Now we see it with poison, which is probably the better pairing for this matchup.
And LCUp's taken quite a lot of damage. And even 2, 3 more.
Yeah, he doesn't have tools exactly to deal with the Goblin barrels. He doesn't have a log, he doesn't have a bar barrel. The Royal delivery can do the job, but your timing has to be perfect to get that interaction to work.
So lacking tools, LCUp has to be willing to trade for a better result, even using an offensive log for Line, but the mortar shot does connect.
I think it connected through the Knight, if not the tower itself, and there is the perfectly timed delivery on top of everything there. Cannon cart is, I think, just out of range.
I think it's not in. Dark Goblin again.
Poison
as
off the board.
As the cycle was going to be for the graveyard.
3 at the front this time for Line. 1 stab in, 1187. LCUp really needs to stop these bleeds from these barrels. You say that he's got to try and trade it in, but it's going to hurt him in the long run because his graveyards are not getting work done. Dark Goblin is there. Dark Goblin cleans up graveyards better than anyone else.
Does go down from the mortar shot, so LCUp one less thing to worry about.
8, another set of damage, 8-9-0. This is a very tough matchup for LCUp. Deep barrel, but does the split around the tower. No hits this time around though, 8-18 remain.
But the difference is still quite big. LCUp requiring to connect at least few more mortar shots. One big graveyard. So far, just the poison damage, and the delivery is good.
Skeletons there, played up high to stop that Musketeer. Dog Goblin is at the back. Mortar is down. And that's another good barrel. It's going to get a couple of hits in this time around, though. 5-7-5. LCUp really needs to go as we go down into this last minute.
He will try on this. Because with triple elixir, it's even going to get worse. Coming down with those barrel from line.
Good, but the poison is great here. But the barrel comes in. But look at that, the graveyard actually gets quite a bit of damage. And for the first time this game,
exactly
LCUp
what
takes the
LCUp
lead.
needed. The Dark Goblin still survives, but locked onto the cannon card. So the Skeletons actually not doing as much.
Poison does come down. There is a barrel. Is there anything to defend it? Good delivery this time round. Musketeer, the mortar did get a shot, but the poison, and it looks like LCUp might steal this.
It did so much more damage at the bottom, but against the barrel, there's no delivery. Brings down Knight cannon card and everything to block.
Fireball
17
log.
seconds.
This
Log
is
chips
close.
it, but
Poison
the
is there. Who's gonna take
delivery
it?
comes to block it, and LCUp with the last tick.
LCUp stole that game. Absolutely stole it. Line did everything right. Everything.
Yeah?
How does he? LCUp is an absolute machine. How did he steal that one?
Big part. Line had a good read that, okay, LCUp should be throwing a graveyard and then put down the Dark Goblin early enough. Well, it wasn't a bad timing because there were lots of things like the cannon card, the Knight. He needed something else to block those shots. And also Knight or the bomb tower to go against the mortar, which was fine, but when LCUp just started cycling poison only, not the graveyard, yeah, Line was actually losing the elixir trade in that battle and also chipping in the poison damage on his own. And then Line started thinking, okay, if you're gonna do that, I'm going to have some offensive log and some offensive fireballs to trade better.
Yeah, the respect paid for the Dark Goblin in that little clip there in the circle. And yeah, baiting out the delivery, which means this barrel can come in unimpeded. Got quite a bit of hits, 2 hits there, 4 hits if you count the hits per goblin. But right now you're like, okay, we're down to the last 50 seconds. And it looks as though that graveyard's been dealt with all right. Log comes in, but no, slips away 1-3-8 in the last 20 seconds. And that was an all or nothing defense there. The Musketeer, Knight, and Cannon card. That is 12, if my math is right, 12 elixir defense from a 3 elixir goblin barrel. But it was important that it worked that way.
It's what you need because you're relying on some luckier hits from the skeleton from the graveyard, and he knew that the fireball was coming down, but with the last tick of poison he was going to win. So just waiting for a final cycle of that poison, putting everything down is just totally fine. And Line, his source of damage relied heavily on the skeleton barrel, which was being stopped all the time from the mortar placement, which also pressured into the tower. And second, Goblin Barrel, few stabs.
He got a lot of stabs in early on, and the thing was, like, it was tricky to defend without overcommitting for LCUp, and he was behind for 98% of that game. And this is the thing, graveyards, man, they just flick a switch and suddenly a tower is a critical mass, and then you're like, all right, well, he defended that. Surely he's going to push forward, like, Line is going to push forward, and then bam, another graveyard poison, and you're like, all right, cool. It's game over. But mad props to LCUp for defending time and time again when he didn't have the right tools. Basically, he had to eat ice cream with a fork right there because that was he didn't have the tools, he had to make it work, spending 12 elixir down to defend one barrel right at the end. It's double elixir time, you can afford to do that. Was it triple?
Yes, it went out to triple, of course. But he was able to eat that ice cream with the fork before it all melted. Before it all melted, he got all the cycle work for himself. Unless that happened, I think he would have taken a lot more damage. He was confident enough that his motor was not really going to connect any shots. He did end up getting at least one or maybe a few more connections. That was good enough to have solid defense, at least nail down one of the spell down delivery against the Goblin Barrel. Not every single time because the cycle was faster for Line, but good enough so that he didn't take too much damage.
And here we go. Game 2 between Line and LCUp. LCUp has match point.
Again.
Line needs to try and bring this back for Talon. And it looks as though Line has pulled the wool over LCUp's eyes by bringing the same deck twice.
LCUp with the Cage Musketeer. Lumberjack with a balloon is also okay, but we've seen RG.
Is going to be that balloon. And now LCUp has the tools to deal with these barrels and that balloon. Yeah, that's...
Another drop.
Line is in a world of hurt. That was just brutal to watch. Raged up balloon getting 2 drops. And absolutely nothing that Line could do to defend it.
What did the bomb tower go down to? Lumberjack, right?
Yeah.
Lumberjack got...
Lumberjack Brawler, I think it was, or Lumberjack Barbarian from the barrel.
As a naive Lumberjack walking through that bridge, but LCUp, he knows what he has to do for the next minute and a half.
Yeah, it's just sit back, relax, and take it easy
yeah,
before it gets one hit.
Yeah, drink a cup of tea, make sure he doesn't do... Oh, even the death damage.
So Skeleton Barrel loaded up on the right-hand side isn't going to be good. It's going to get a little bit of death damage in, and Skeletons are going to get a couple of chips in. 15-54. Have to stay optimistic for Line's chances, but it is... The more time that passes, it slowly starts to fade away. Any hope that remains is dying, and dying quickly for Line.
And LCUp's got his Barbarian Barrel and the Cage. Again, trying the Rage Balloon combination. Help of Heal Spirit this time.
That is going to get a connection. That is tower down. Dark Goblin not good enough to take out that balloon. That was raged up. And now Line has everything to do and no tools to do it because LCUp, he beat Line the last time Line played this deck. And LCUp had no tools to defeat it. This time he has all the tools to stop it.
Even easier.
And
because the Dark Goblin is the only anti-air other than the bomb tower dragging the balloon.
LCUp takes a very simple game 2, and that closes this match off. Nova Esports beat Talon 2-1. 2v2 went Nova. Then the King of the Hill goes to Talon. Line managed to get 2 kills there. And then down to that 1v1 set where LCUp took it 2 games to 0. First game was very, very close. In the end, LCUp stole it from the jaws of defeat. But game 2 was no question. LCUp had that super early on, and Nova take a very hard-earned 6th win of the season.
Yeah, with that 6 wins now for Nova Esports, they will be moving up to the 3rd place spot for now, but because they played 1 more match or 2 more matches than a lot of the other teams, may not stay there for long, but it's certainly good to grab another win for themselves. Talon dropping down to Yeah, dropping down to 4th. I think that's like the only change that we have for the day.
Yeah, I mean, there the Lumberjack. Oh, it was the Lumberjack and the Brawler. I was right first time around. But the Lumberjack actually took out the Dart Goblin, which is Line's only anti-air defense. And yeah, you're gonna have to eat 2 when it's a raged up balloon like that. That hurts. That hurts a lot.
Yeah, with just the Dark Goblin, without the rage, it does bring down the balloon before connection, but with the rage, it doesn't even come close. It just moves so quickly.
4 wins and 0 losses on the day. LCUp is your MVP. He got 2 wins in the 2v2, 1 including that is a 2 crown. And then these game 1 and game 2 in this 1v1 set go his way. Absolutely deserved MVP on the day. That first game 1 was Line's to take, and he lost control of it towards the end once it reached triple elixir. LCUp didn't have any tools to stop it. He didn't have a barrel, snowball, nothing. Then game 2, Line decides to bring the same deck, but LCUp decides to actually have something that is good against it.
So overall today, we had a lot more balloons than we thought. We had the Mega Knight balloon deck, which is usually with the Royal Hog, which we have seen with the next matchup. But a lot more balloon, just the Ice balloon, Minor balloon. LCUp just had the Rage balloon. So this is all happening because of that. This is sort of happening because of the Bat nerf that came in some time ago, with the along with the Minor. Maybe we'll start to see some minions back in the field because of that.
Keep dreaming. Keep dreaming.
Like when was the last time we saw minions? Like in 2v2.
A couple of weeks ago. But Golem Double Prince Pump made an appearance today.
It lost.
It lost, but it made an appearance.
The Pump made an experience.
Is that its first appearance this season?
Yeah, first time this year. Because we had Pump appearing in Triple Draft, but no one picked it, of course.
All right. An absolutely stunning day. Ponos 2-0 team timing. Hajime once again getting a sweep against... Wait, sorry. What am I talking about? KK getting a sweep there. Then in game 2, WEDGM versus Fav. WEDGM did take that, but Hajime did get a sweep of WEDGM. And then in game 3, 1 and 2, Talon 1, Nova 2. You just saw it. LCUp closed out that 1v1 set in pretty spectacular style. And there is your table. 8 and 1. Ponos sitting very pretty at the top. Kicks next in order, 6 and 3. Then Nova 6 and 5. Talon 5 and 5. WEDGM team timing 4 and 6. Fav 3 and 7. And TTG at the bottom right now at 3 and 6. But it is still anyone's game at that bottom end. Ponos are walking away with it though.
Still some teams with 9 matches only, like TTG, Kicks. So they have a lot more room compared to anyone else. Finally, WEDGM from 8th. He was 5th on the table.
Tomorrow, TTG go up against Ponos. WEDGM go up against Kicks. And Team Timing go up against Fav.
Oh,
that's
Ponos,
the bottom 3 teams going up.
Ponos TTG, first versus last. Oh, man.
I tell you what.
But
I hate to say it.
You said that TTG lost to Ponos. The only team that Ponos lost. Yeah.
Ponos lost to TTG. I was going to say, I hate to say it, but I think TTG
might have a chance. What?
They're not playing that great, though. I think they could. They could steal it away from them again. But, man, this Ponos team, since that loss, absolutely just demolishing everyone.
And now they have Tengad Yakitori.
I mean, they always had that in. That's like their ace in the sleeve, you
like
know?
They're already good, and then they add an addition. And then what next? They're gonna add. They're gonna have some other addition.
They're gonna somehow get 3 players in the 2v2 at the same time, and it's gonna be absolute chaos. It has been a quality day. We saw Hajime once again get a sweep against WEDGM. We had KK getting the 3 kills, a sweep-ish against Team Timing, taking out Sado, like Haruki, Nuri. I mean, the Japanese teams are just doing so well. So join us tomorrow to see some more Clash Royale East action. Don't go. See you next time.
Don't go.